will now call to order the meeting of the Omaha Planning Board. The Planning Board members that are here today are Sidney Franklin, Jeff Moore, Patrick Morse, Michael Pate's not here, I'm sorry, Jorge Sotolongo, Dave Rosacker is Vice Chair, and I am Greg Rosenbaum, Chairman. Attendants today are Dave Fanslaw, Planning Director, Eric England, Assistant Planning Director, Mike Carter, Current Planning Manager, Robert LaRocco, Planning Board Administrator, Jennifer Taylor of the City Law Department, and Kathy Epperson is our Recording Secretary. Our rules of procedure are as follows. Notice of this hearing has been published. Copies of today's agenda are located on the table in front of us. You are welcome to come down and pick one up. The cases on the consent agenda will be heard first. Consent cases have been recommended for layover, have already been heard, or are perceived by the Planning Board to be non-controversial, therefore will be read and voted on without the opportunity for your testimony. If you wish to testify, you may remove the case from the consent agenda. When each consent case is read, I will ask if anyone wants the case removed. If you do, please stand up and say so, and the case will be removed. This case will then be heard in the order in which it appears on the regular agenda after we go through the consent cases. When the case is heard, you'll have the opportunity to come to the podium, clearly state your name and address, and give your testimony at that time. When hearing cases on the regular agenda, the board will first hear from the applicant. After the applicant states their case, we will hear from the proponents, and then we will hear from the opponents. After both sides are heard, the public hearing will be closed, and no additional testimony will be permitted unless a board member requests additional information. When at the podium, please clearly state your name and address and whom you're representing for the record. Your testimony is very important to us. In the interest of time and courtesy to others, please be short and to the point. We will try to limit each case to 10 minutes. Those directly involved in the case, please speak first. We request that large groups select a spokesperson to represent that group, therefore eliminating repetitive testimony. When giving testimony, please provide new information and try not to repeat what has been previously said. We do ask that all speakers and others be treated with courtesy and with respect. In that regard, please remain silent while seated, and please turn off your cell phones. Our decision to approve, deny, or continue a case made here today will be forwarded to the City Council for another public hearing and final disposition by the City Council. Conditional use permits are an exception to this rule. The board's decision made here today on conditional use permits are final and not forwarded to the City Council. Lastly, upon the advice of the Law Department, all communications to board members from attorneys or other interested parties should be transmitted through the Planning Department so that they are made a part of the public record. The department will then transmit all that information to the board as well as to the rest of the public. A current copy of the Nebraska Open Meetings Act can be found in a white binder in this room. We do have a change on the consent agenda. We removed agenda item number 23. It was on for approval, and we took that agenda item off. So I'm going to get started with reading the consent cases. Again, if you're here for a consent case and you want it removed, you'll have to stand up and let us know, and we will remove that case. Okay. Agenda item number 4, case C10-23-50, C12-23-51. Applicant Brookstone Meadows, Inc., Fetter Senior Living. It is on for layover. Request preliminary plat approval of Brookstone Meadows Replat 3, a subdivision inside city limits with rezoning from AG and R7 to R7, along with approval of the major commercial corridor overlay district. This was laid over from our March meeting. Location southeast of 204th and Harney. Anyone wish to have this removed?
I do.
Okay, we're going to take agenda item number 4 and 8 off of layover. They were both on for layover. Those cases are related, so we'll remove both of those. Okay, continuing on, agenda item number 6. Case C10-21-9, C12-21-10, applicant Celebrity Homes of Omaha. It is on for approval. Request preliminary plat approval of Deer Crest North, a subdivision outside city limits with rezoning from DR to R4. This was laid over from our April meeting. Location southeast of 114th and State Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay. Agenda item number 6 will be removed. Agenda item number 7, case C12-23-76. Applicant Coveted Copper LLC. It is on for layover. Request preliminary plat approval of Copper Ridge Replat 58, a subdivision outside city limits. This was laid over from our April meeting. Location northeast of 157th and Laurel Ave. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 15, case C10-23-104, C12-23-105. Applicant Jeremy Hall, Advanced Acquisitions, LLC. It is on for layover. Request preliminary plat approval of bungalows at White Hawk Lake, a subdivision outside city limits with rezoning from AG to R6, along with approval of the major commercial corridor overlay district. Location 4205 South 204th Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 16, case C10-23-106, C12-23-107. Applicant Jeremy Hall, Advanced Acquisitions, LLC. It is on for layover. Request preliminary and final plat of bungalows on Honeysuckle, a minor plat inside city limits with rezoning from DR to R6. Location 1999 Veterans Drive. Anyone wish to have this removed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to remove 16 and 25 because they are both related to each case. Okay, continuing on, agenda item number 17, case C12-23-108. Applicant Rainwood Development Partners. It is on for approval. Request preliminary and final plat approval of Avenue 1 Replat 4, a minor plat inside city limits. Location southwest of 192nd Street and West Dodge Road. Anyone wish to have this removed? Seeing none. Agenda item number 18, case C10-23-109, C12-96-186. Applicant Bill Black. It is on for approval. Request preliminary and final plat approval of Trail Ridge Ranches Outlot 8A, a minor plat outside city limits with rezoning from GI to DR, along with the waiver to section 5384D lot frontage. Location northwest of 214th and Grover Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 19, case C10-23-110. Applicant St. Andrews United Methodist Church. It is on for approval. Request approval of the major commercial corridor overlay district. Location 15050 West Maple Road. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 20, case C10-16-263. Applicant WDC Investments 9 LLC. It is on for approval. Request approval of a major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for South Farm. Location northwest of 144th and Pine Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 21, case C10-18-15. Applicant New West Farms Farm Holdings LLC. It is on for approval. Request approval of a major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for West Farm. Location southwest of 144th Street and West Dodge Road. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 22, case C10-14-81. Applicant Scott Brown. It is on for approval. Request approval of a major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for Antler View. Location 18902 Evans Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 26, case C8-21-115, C8-21-116, C8-21-258, C7-21-117. Applicant Nebraska Youth Justice Initiative. It is on for approval. Request approval of a major amendment to the special use permit to allow large group living in the R1 district. Approval of a major amendment to the special use permit to allow emergency residential care in the R1 district. Approval of a major amendment to the special use permit to allow a recreational club in the R1 district, along with approval of a major amendment to the conditional use permit to allow secondary education facilities in the R1 district. Location 5020 Grand Avenue. Anyone wish to have this removed?
Please remove.
Okay, we will do so. Agenda item number 26. Agenda item number 27, case C8-23-115. Applicant Adele Yanez. It is on for approval. Request approval of a special use permit to allow daycare general in the R435 district. Location 6017 South 20th Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 28, case C8-23-116. Applicant Amanda Wheeler. It is on for approval. Request approval of a special use permit to allow a daycare general in the R4 district. Location 14822 Ruggles Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 29, case C8-23-117. Applicant 5712 Property LLC. It is on for approval. Request approval of a special use permit to allow personal improvement services in the GI district. Location 5712 South 85th Circle. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 30, case C7-23-118. Applicant Jason Mouse for CHDP. It is on for approval. Request approval of a conditional use permit to allow outdoor entertainment in the CBD. Property is located within an ACI area of civic importance overlay district. Location 112 South 20th Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 31, case C7-23-119. Applicant Awesome Dogs and Destinations. It is on for approval. Request approval of a conditional use permit to allow a kennel to operate in the GC district. Property is located within an ACI area of civic importance overlay district. Location 7215 Blondo Street. Anyone wish to see this removed? Okay. Agenda item number 32, case C7-23-120. Applicant Thomas Hightower. It is on for approval. Request approval of a conditional use permit to allow small group living disabled in the GC district. Location 6302 Benny Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 33, case C7-23-121. Applicant Hy-Vee Inc. It is on for approval. Request approval of a conditional use permit to allow warehousing and distribution limited in the CC district. Location, 5710 South 144th Street. Anyone wish to have this removed?
I do.
Okay. I figured we had. That will be removed, agenda item. Item number 33. Agenda item number 34, case C7-23-122. Applicant Michael Worley. It is on for approval. Request approval of a conditional use permit to allow indoor sports and recreation in the CC district. Location, 2500 South 120th Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 35, case C7-23-125. Applicant Vantage Auto T5 Real Estate. It is on for approval. Request approval of a conditional use permit to allow auto repair services in the CC district. Location, 20309 Robert Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none. Agenda item number 38. Case C14-23-123. Applicant Douglas County. It is on for approval. Request approval of the vacation of the right-of-way located north of West Q Road, east of 216th Street, south of Karen Street, and west of George B. Lake Parkway. Anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on. Do we have a motion for those consent cases that are on for approval?
Motion to approve cases number 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, and 38.
We have a second and have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Approved 7-1, 6-0.
Okay. Do we have a motion for the consent cases that are on for layover?
Motion to lay over cases 7 and 15.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris? Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Okay, those cases that were left on consent, no further action will be taken today on those cases. If you're here for one of those cases, you are free to stay or you're free to leave. It's up to you, so. But no further action is taken on those consent cases. The first three cases that we have today are administrative only. There will be no opportunity for public testimony. We'll get started with those cases. Agenda item number 1, case C10-23-14, C12-23-15. Applicant WD Investments 10 LLC. Request final plat approval of air at Blue Sage lots 1 and 2, outlots A through D, a subdivision outside city limits with approval of a rezoning from AG to DR and R6. Location southwest of 204th Street and Blue Sage Parkway. Eric.
Yeah, so this is the first phase of area at Blue Sage. It includes 2 platted lots and 4 outlots. Within those 2 lots, there are 326 units within a combination of single-family, duplex, townhome, and apartment-style units. The traffic study review is ongoing. City recommends approval of the rezoning from AG to DR and R6. Approval of the final plat subject to meeting the 5 conditions prior to City Council.
Additional comments, questions from the board? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the rezoning from AG to DR and R6 and approve the final plat subject to meeting the 5 conditions in the recommendation report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Yes.
Morris? Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Vote is approved 6-0.
Agenda item number 2, case C10-23-26, C12-23-27, applicant signature Ernst Holdings LLC, request final plat approval of Cherry Creek, lots 1 through 9, outlots A through C, a subdivision outside city limits with a waiver to section 53-8 street grading, along with rezoning from DR to R4 and R6. Location west of 103rd Street and Blair High Road. Eric.
This first phase of Cherry Creek includes 9 lots, 7 single-family lots, 2 multifamily lots, and 3 outlots. It was recommended for approval by the Planning Board on February 1st and approved by City Council on March 7th. This first phase includes 300 units. There is a request of Chapter 53 regarding street grading waiver, which due to the potential impacts and connectability to the site to the west, if that were ever to redevelop, staff cannot support that waiver regarding street grading. So for this reason, we are recommending layover to allow additional time to work that issue out.
Okay, any additional comments, questions? Do we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Morris? Sotolongo? Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin? Moore? Mr. Chair?
Yes. Agenda item number 3, case C10-19-245, C12-19-246, applicant Walnut Grove LLC, request final plat approval of Hanover Falls Center, lots 9 and 10, outlots C through E with rezoning from AG to DR and MU. Location northwest of 156th and State Street. Eric.
This is the third phase of Hanover Falls Center. It includes 2 lots and 3 outlots. The second phase was before the board just last month. Staff is recommending layover at this time. The site includes 2 lots for mixed-use development. However, the post-construction stormwater management plans are not at a level of being acceptable. So staff recommends layover.
Additional comments or questions? Do we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Franklin? Moore? Morris? Sotolongo? Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Okay, we'll get into the public part of our meeting. We have cases 4 and 8 that were on consent. We pulled those off. I'll read both of those. Agenda item number 4, case C10-23-50, C12-23-51. Applicant Brookstone Meadows, Inc., Vetter Senior Living, request preliminary plat approval of Brookstone Meadows Replat 3, a subdivision inside city limits with rezoning from AG and R7 to R7, along with approval of the Major Commercial Corridor Overlay District. Location, southeast of 204th and Harney Streets. And agenda item number 8, case C11-5-178B, applicant Brookstone Meadows, Inc. and Vetter Senior Living, request approval of a major amendment to the Plan Unit Development Overlay District. This was laid over from our March meeting. Location, southeast of 204th and Harney Streets. Is the applicant for Brookstone here, or a representative?
Looks like I win.
Well, not yet. Are there any other proponents that wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, are there any opponents? This is your opportunity.
Do I go?
Sure. Give your name and address before you get started.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lamont Spencer. I live at 516 South 201st Avenue, Elkhorn, Nebraska 68022. After looking at the stuff we received in the mail, I noticed that there's a service road that's going to go in front. It'll go our backyard, the fence line, then there's a berm, and then they're going to put a row of crab trees across. And then there'll be some field, telephone poles, and then a service road. Now, there have been some instances where you're sleeping in the middle of the night, 2 in the morning, and you look out, you're not even looking out your window, you just feel flashing lights. You know how you feel a light flashing on you, you wake up and it's because they're the ambulance and the fire department's been called to the Brookstone place. So, my feeling is that when you build something for people and you do it, you take how you don't want them to have any issues and you push the issues somewhere else. So I feel like the issues have been pushed to the neighborhood. Like the service road's gonna put them closer to us when the ambulance and the fire truck come through. And so the lights are gonna be closer. Now, I'm not aware, but I think that usually at night it's just lights. It's not sirens or anything else. So it could be. But in a place where you've had no noise and now you go to some noise, it's still an irritant. So my question is, for the service road, it's not really needed. If you look at the diagram, you can see they're gonna move the entrance to where you come in, and so the trucks are gonna be able to come in that way, and the service road is no longer, or not needed by my standards, but I'm not the man. So what is to keep anybody else from passing through there? Anyone just wants to cut through the neighborhood or something from using that road on a normal day-to-day basis, other than the ambulance and the fire truck. Now, my heart goes out to the people who, come fire truck and ambulance, but not to the people who are gonna, it's like having a straight shot road. Eventually, people are gonna speed down it. There might be a speed limit, but they're gonna take off and they're gonna use it to their advantage. So, what is to prevent anyone from passing through the neighborhood? And there are two entrances into Brookstone. There's one off of 204th, and there's one from out of our neighborhood. And the one from our neighborhood, you can come through and come the backside. And if you get that service road, you can cut right through the service road and then go out, to the main, I forgot the name of the road, but there's a road. So that is my complaint as it is what's to prevent that? Now, it looked like on the diagram there were going to be gates, but I don't think there are going to be gates. If you got fire trucks and emergency vehicles coming through there at some time in the night, you don't want to get the call that has to open up a gate, and they don't want to be held back by a gate. So my question to you as city council is, put yourself in my shoes. What would you do if that was your backyard and you had to deal with that? I know you can't, but I'm gonna put it to you. Right? We all know everybody has their plights and their issues, but I would say thank you for listening to me.
You bet.
And that's my only beef.
Thank you, Lamont.
All right. Everyone have a great day.
Anybody else? Opponents? Okay. Lamont, you want to stay and listen to what the planning department? We might call you back up to, okay. You're good. No, you can just have a seat.
All right,
Yeah.
good. I don't do this for a living. Do you mind if I sit next to you?
Okay.
Good. Sorry, everyone.
No other opponents. I'm going to close the public hearing. Eric, Lamont brought up quite a few issues, mostly about the access service road.
Yeah,
access road.
and obviously we do have traffic engineer Ryan Haas here from Public Works. If you do have specific traffic questions, I guess I would just say that this was on consent for layover due to additional information regarding post-construction stormwater management plans. Yes, their access from Harney Street is shifting a couple hundred feet to the east from what currently exists. There will be 32 new independent living villas that are proposed for this expansion of the Brookstone facility. The eastern 100 feet, there is a OPPD power easement that only allows the access road and minimal amount of landscaping. No overstory trees are allowed under those transmission lines. So all of the buildings are set back at least 150 feet from the neighborhood to the east. I guess I would say, just looking at it, of course, I'm a city planner, not the traffic engineer, but really there's not any benefit as far as cut through traffic. I mean, the only one really who would utilize it are the residents who live in the adjacent neighborhood to the east. But staff is recommending layover of both items. But if you have any questions for me or Ryan, please let me know.
Okay. Does anybody want to bring Ryan Haas up? Okay, Ryan, would you come on up?
Ryan Haas with the Public Works Department.
Okay, Jeff.
Yeah, Ryan, when Lamont was asking about that, are we doing that as a connectivity issue from Harney on there? Is that why it's being moved, or why is this?
As a request of the development team.
Okay.
It was not in response to a city requirement.
Okay.
Do you know anything about gates? Lamont asked about gates. Would you know anything about that?
I don't know, I haven't seen the plan that would
Okay.
show one way or the other.
All right.
That would be their, really be up to them because it's their property. I guess I would point out just something to consider if hypothetically this highlighted area was, had originally been platted as a single-family neighborhood. There'd be a street connection there that would go through and connect up to Harney. We would have required that as a matter of, again, addressing the city's connectivity principles. So we don't have any issue with the proposed connection, and I guess if the applicant doesn't have any issue with the residents cutting through their site and they don't want to restrict their gates, that's fine. As far as the city's concerned, that doesn't violate anything that we have.
It's a private drive rather than a dedicated, right?
Yep, that's correct.
Any other questions for Ryan?
Thanks, Ryan.
Yep.
Thank you.
Can I show my picture real quick?
I closed public hearing, but yeah, come on up if,
I'm sorry, I didn't know
yep.
I had this. I just want you guys to see this.
Give
is
your
what I was
name and
talking about.
address again, Lamont.
So if you can see this.
Lamont, give your name and address
Oh,
again.
sorry, everyone.
That's all right.
Lamont Spencer, 516 South 201st Avenue, Elkhorn, Nebraska, 68164. I just want everybody to see this. This is what I was talking about as far as right here is the service road. You can barely see it. And
Right.
so
Yep.
there's not a gate, and then there's an entrance from the neighborhood over here to come in. So that's what I was trying to say. In my eyes, this road is not needed because people will they already cut through here and go through the facility themselves sometimes. So they will cut through here now across this road, and there's nothing to prevent them. So that's all I want to say. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In Lamont, I guess basically you cut through right now, they're just gonna reconfigure that location where it connects to Harney Street. So, it's an internal street that they have on their site, but, they're modifying the layout so that their villas can have basically off of 3 internal cul-de-sacs. So I just wanna point that out.
No, you're good.
Okay, any additional comments, questions from the board?
Regarding agenda item number 4, staff recommends layover.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Move.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, will you please record the vote?
Sotolongo. Rosacker.
Yes.
Franklin. Moore. Morris. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 6-0.
Agenda item number 8.
Staff recommends layover.
Do we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Yes.
Franklin. Moore. Morris. Sotolongo. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 6-0.
Eric, do we know when this will be back on the, we don't know. Lamont, hold on just a second.
I do not know. It depends on the applicant working with Public Works on their stormwater plans. So
Okay.
I don't know. It could be next month or it might be later on.
All right, this will be back on the agenda if you want to come back down.
Okay, we'll get something in the mail.
That's correct. So just check with city staff. You can call in to see if it's on the agenda. If it's longer than 1 month, you'll be re-notified.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, Lamont.
Can I leave?
You bet. You can go now. We'll take agenda items number 5 and 9 together. Agenda item number 5, case C12-22-244. Applicant Sean Negus with Ponca Trails LLC. Request preliminary plat approval of Ponca Trails, a subdivision outside city limits with the waiver to section 5382G pavement width, 5399 sidewalks, 5382B cul-de-sac length, 5393 street surfacing to allow asphalt pavement and to waive installation of curb and gutter, 5396 storm sewers, and 53910 streetscape standards to reduce street lighting standards. This was laid over from our April meeting. Location 14222 Calhoun Road, and agenda item number 9, Case C8-22-255, applicant Sean Negus with Ponca Trails LLC request approval of a special use permit to allow development located within the North Hills Environmental Resource Overlay District. This also was laid over from our April meeting, and location 14222 Calhoun Road. And Doug, you're up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission. Douglas Dreesen, 10836 Old Mill Road, appearing on behalf of the applicant. We've worked diligently over these layovers to come up with a plan that the planning staff can support, although there are still a substantial number of conditions. Most of these we have no problem with. The layout's been modified a little bit. We've shrunk building envelopes to try to preserve the natural features of the site. As the report says, there's an awful large 40-acre piece of the ground that's not being affected at all. We've removed all of the equine elements from the proposal. We'll let individuals come down, and if they want to have horses out there and get their permits as needed. I think our really only issue at this point with the report is having to tear down the existing stable out there prior to recording the final plat. We would ask for perhaps a defined time frame. That stable sits on a 4.5 acre piece, and the owners believe that they can market the piece, have a house built on there, and the stable may be preserved and reused for a different use. Say a car collector has a couple cars in there, or wood shop. Just don't destroy the building without giving the owner a chance to make use of it. So with that, we ask your approval.
Thank you, Doug. Any other proponents wishing to speak?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Peterson. I represent the applicant in a legal capacity. I know the equine issue has been a big part of this, and I just want to confirm that the draft subdivision agreement and the covenants have eliminated all of the equine stuff that was proposed there. That's no longer an agenda item or a part of our application here. And I do want to just follow up a little bit on what Doug said as far as the building that's there. We would like some time, like if we get 24 months after the plat is approved to either get a house started on that property, or then we could have an order to tear it down. But it is a substantial, I think, asset to that lot, and we'd like to keep it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Any other proponents wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, are there any opponents?
Oops. Give me a second to get hooked up here, and then I'll introduce myself. Oh. Is that not? Maybe. Well, for the sake of time, we'll have some technical difficulties, but good afternoon, Chairman Rosenbaum and board members. My name is Chad Jessen, and I own or am partial owner of 140 acres immediately adjacent of the property to the south and to the west of the proposed development. I live at 13650 Calhoun Road, Omaha, Nebraska 68152. I'm a very strong proponent for private property rights, and my entire professional career has been dedicated to engineering and construction of some of North America's largest and most complex infrastructure projects. I'm very much pro-responsible development, as that's my entire profession. As designed, this is not a responsible development for our city and specifically for the Ponca Hills area. If you were looking at my screen, you'd see this area continues to be sparsely populated despite its close proximity to the city. And that's because of our city's master plan, and more specifically, the North Hills Environmentally Overlay District. The proposed development is vastly out of character and does not connect to any other development, essentially putting this neighborhood on an island. The diversity of housing options for Omaha community is going to play a larger role in its ability to attract future generations to call Omaha home. This planning department and the board have done a great job rejuvenating the urban core and guiding responsible housing throughout the city's fringes. Ponca Hills is an important alternative for those wanting to live in a more rural environment, however close to a city center. It must be protected. We have submitted a detailed letter with our concerns, and I hope you have all read it and take the points into consideration when deciding today. Now, a number of us are going to talk about this, and we've coordinated this to make sure that we don't overlap on our comments, so I appreciate your time and patience with this. But for the next few minutes, I will specifically focus on the following: design and design assumptions, and then waivers. Let's first begin with the Wetlands Delineation Report. This report is extremely important as it established a need for a federal, I repeat, a federal permit. A simple review of this report, you can find that on multiple pages it references proposed development at 192nd and Maple. Clearly not the development under review. Now, I understand this may be a simple mistake. However, given the gravity of the report and the consequences of it being incorrect, or something worse in terms of intentions, I don't see how this development can be approved today. In fact, it likely requires an independent delineation assessment to validate the integrity of the report, as I doubt this planning board or planning department wants to improve an inaccurate or fraudulent report when the planning department noted in their August 31st of 2022 recommendation report that, I quote, both the 2022 USGS 7.5 minute topo and the National Wetlands Inventory map show drainage in the eastern ravine. The NWI indicates the drainage is an intermittent riverine wetland connecting to the Deer Creek watershed in Washington County, end quotes. I'll also note that multiple residents in Washington County have raised concerns about impacts on their water and their fire suppression features that they have in that neighborhood. Beginning the quote again, additionally, the North Ravine is suspected to include wetland and ephemeral drainage, making both areas jurisdictional. This may be a simple mistake, but we got to go back and review it. Moving on to drainage and the post-construction storm management plans and why they are so important to this development, I'll cover some of the fundamentals. It's widely known that the soils in this area create potential problems related to construction, and that development can only occur if challenges can be overcome through proper design, as noted in the urban development element of the master plan on page 22. The challenge for this developer is to create a design solution that addresses and mitigates the stormwater impacts associated with developing 42 residential lots on essentially 77 acres. I know it says 112, but the reason they're not developing in that outlot is it's unbuildable. And it's existing uncultivated prairie and century-old, possibly more, wooded forests. Everyone knows the soils in this area are prone to severe erosion. Every description of the North Hills in the Omaha Master Plan and the city codes regarding this area include and heavily emphasize that these soils are prone to severe erosion. This means to me that the adjacent landowner and the properties and the natural landscapes downstream will feel the impacts of design errors, and there are errors. Without getting too technical, there are a few key pieces of information that are the backbone of any drainage study. You have to understand how the water moves through the site. This is demonstrated through hydrograph worksheets. You have to identify the existing soil types and ground covers that exist at the site. And you have to account for the condition or ground cover of the site after the development. These pieces of information enable an engineer to predict the impacts of the development and design the stormwater infrastructure that is required. I requested an independent engineering review of the developer's drainage study, and the engineer's response was concerning. Dr. Massman, who received a BS and MS degree from Ohio State University in civil engineering and holds a doctorate degree in groundwater hydrology from the University of British Columbia, and currently holds PE licenses in the state of Washington and the province of British Columbia, raised concerns in a study that was provided to you in our letter. First, the drainage study was incomplete. Second, key pieces of information that were provided and relied upon are incorrect. Third, the report has an important math calculation error. Fourth, the stormwater infrastructure could be potentially designed because of the previous three. So I will not go into too much detail into all the concerns raised by Dr. Massman, but here are the highlights for your review. The developer's study did not include all 46 required hydrograph worksheets that are needed for this site, so as of right now, the study is incomplete. The developer and the developer's engineer ignored their actual site infiltration tests, which indicate soil acts like type A soil, which is highly permeable, and instead selected B and C soil types based on the NRCS maps that their own initial drainage study admits that are not intended to be used for analysis at the scale of a drainage study. This note was conveniently removed by the developer in the revised report and is clearly stated on those maps when they are used. I should also add that I've seen this property for over 20 years, and the developer is also downgrading the existing ground cover by categorizing it as grazed pasture land instead of the annual hayed grassland that it actually is. The developer is also overestimating the condition of the land after the development. Without providing any support, the developer assumes the grass after development is better, I repeat, better than the uncultivated grasslands that have been here for years. Even if you ignore all of this, they still have a math error in their calculations relating to the existing condition, which further impacts, or in this case, minimizes the stormwater design. All I can say is that every turn, the developer made incorrect assumptions to underestimate the impacts of their development, which is more favorable to them because it reduces the stormwater infrastructure that is actually required. While this is troubling in itself, it is even more troubling that this is happening in a known environmentally sensitive area. It is widely known that stormwater management is a challenge in the North Hills due to the natural features of the land, highly erodible soils and steep slopes, and the drafters of the master plan understood that challenge and recognized that the land does have limits and specifically stated development must depend on the carrying capacity of the natural systems to avoid problems with drainage and sewage treatment and to minimize the damage of the environment. Now, additionally, I'd also show you on a slide that the current designs show encroachment on my property to install a silt fence and other erosion and sediment control measures. Fixing this design and moving off of my property would likely shift the entire entrance road to the north into significantly steeper slopes, instigating a cascading effect of necessary design changes, slope disturbance, and tree canopy removal calcs. Now, regarding waivers, 2 of the 3 reference comparable developments provided in the recommendation report are in Elkhorn, which is designated as a special development zone, but is not an environmental district like the Ponca Hills area. The third, PV Estates, is the only recent development in North Hills we could find that received all of the waivers requested by this developer. Now, if you look a little bit closer at that development, Rhonda PV, the applicant, requested waivers so that she could create three 3-acre parcels on her 9-acre property so her 2 children could live next to her. Now, while I can't necessarily support the waivers on the basis of safety or best practices, under the circumstances, it does appear you applied the waivers in that case in a practical and reasonable manner. The recommendation here is willing to waive code requirements comprising of the best practices for construction and maintenance and safety to mitigate impacts to steep slopes. However, it is allowing multiple proposed home sites that have far greater impact on those exact same 17% or greater slopes. For context, according to the developer's projection in the drainage study, each lot in the development could create approximately 18,000 square feet of impervious surface, depending on what was constructed. Now, you could place 4,500 linear feet of 4-foot wide sidewalk and have the same projected impervious surface impact as one of those lots. Using the same analysis, one lot in this development has more projected impervious surface than what it would take to construct roads that meet city requirements at 25 feet road width, sidewalks, curb and gutter. Taking a step back, I have to wonder why the recommendation would waive code requirements to protect steep slopes, but is not willing to preclude the developer from building a number of homes in those same steep slopes and through the tree canopy that is at least and more likely over 100 years old, especially when development can and should be developed in a manner that is consistent with the surrounding areas, which is much less dense. So based on the development of this proposal, what is actually being modified, based on the development proposal, what is actually being modified to make this development work, the environment absolutely is being modified. The Omaha City codes, completely, they are being waived. The developer's development, no, it is not being modified to meet the surrounding areas or to protect the natural features of the land. This property can and probably will be developed responsibly in the future. What we have in front of us today is not responsible development.
Okay, thank you, Chad. Any other opponents?
If I could have the overhead.
There you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Ackley with the law firm of Coley Justin. We're at 1125 South 103rd Street, Omaha, Nebraska, and we represent West Ponca Conservancy, which owns the land adjacent to this development. My goal this afternoon is just to give a quick history on where
Tom,
this...
Which direction do you own adjacent to this?
To the south.
To the south, okay.
Yeah. The goal this afternoon is to give you a quick refresher on the history of these applications and then walk you through the requirements of the overlay district. Again, it's unique that you get applications for the overlay, so I want to make sure we walk through those to the extent you haven't had a chance to maybe go through those regs yourself. And then we believe that the application still falls short at this time, even after a year of the applicant working with the planning department. The North Hills, as you all know, is characterized by steep slopes and valleys, heavy forestation, ridgetops of forest or uncultivated grassland, and then also underlying soils that are loess-based, which is some of the most fragile ecology we have. As proof of how difficult it is to develop this site, again, your planning department has walked through with you. It's almost a year ago the applications first came forward. The first public hearings on this were scheduled for September of 2022. They were postponed 2 months in a row because the applicant continued to try to bring in more information that the planning department required and continued to miss the mark. This came forward again for public hearing in March and was postponed, came yet in April and was again postponed. Again, each of those times the applicant continued to bring in further information as requested by the planning department. And we are appreciative of the planning department's efforts on this application because it is a very difficult area, especially when you're developing high density residential. It was a great removal from this application when they took the horses and equine out of there. But it's interesting, on the contrary, if you go and look at Ponca Hills, a lot of the developments that are out there where people have 10, 20, 30 acres of land, one of the reasons they do that is to have horses. Again, horses are okay in this area if it's on large enough tracts to support it. This is clearly too dense of an area for that, and the applicant recognized it and removed it. In terms of the previous submissions, and we made sure, and I thank Eric England for doing that, we asked that they resend you all of our prior comments, because each time there was a public hearing scheduled, we would send comments in. Obviously, those got forwarded to you, but because there weren't public hearings each time, I appreciate those keep falling by the wayside. But all of you would have our previous comments on these applications, and we would have sent one again yesterday that was updated. Again, as of today, we believe the applicant still falls short. Now, because of the steep slopes and erodible soil, the city has recognized in the past that this is a difficult area to develop, and protections are in place. And I would note, I've got on the screen here, this comes from your planning department notes from the September 28th application. The urban development element of Omaha's master plan calls for modifying development to accommodate and protect natural features rather than modification of natural features to protect or to fit the development. It's interesting to note when the applicant first came forward, he had 41 residential sites proposed. Today before you is 42 residential sites. During a year of working with the planning department and trying to figure out how to make this site work in an ecologically fragile area, reduction of density never occurred. In fact, arguably it went up by one lot, because what was previously the stables will now be used for residential. I think that is an absolute indication that this is a bad project for this site and not enough attention has been given to the overlay district. Give you a few quick highlights here from the overlay district slides. Again, this is what the city recognized many years ago in adopting the overlay. It is hereby acknowledged that the North Hills is characterized by steep slopes and valleys with heavy forestation and ridgetops of forest or uncultivated grasslands. It is further recognized that the low space soil in this area is erodible and that vegetation is necessary to hold such soil in place by reducing the speed and volume of stormwater runoff. Section 901A, that's why you're here today with a special use permit along with your preliminary plat. Anytime there's extensive grading and excavating, removal of vegetation, or disturbance of these unique features, it kicks in a special use permit requirement. In terms of the criteria and standards, it talks about grading and excavating as one of the items. Chad touched upon that. First one, erosion and sediment control. Proposed activities shall be carried out in a manner that minimizes erosion on the site. If you look at the site, one of the outlots is the road. That's over 7 acres by itself where they're going to be grading to go through the site. If you look through the applicant's materials, 3.84 acres of old growth tree canopy is the way it's defined within your code, will be removed from this site. And that doesn't include other trees that would fall outside of what's technically defined as canopy. You're going to have 12 plus acres that are graded and disturbed and 4 acres of tree canopy removed from this site to accommodate a 42 unit dense development. Item B, excessive cut and fill. Again, with the roadway and with all the home sites, 42 of them, driveways that go in with them, and also you have to dig to put in your septic because each of these will be served by their own septic. Finally, surface drainage. Chad touched upon that in his comments. Waivers are being, well, actually the city, I believe, denied the waiver on drainage, saying it's not necessary as long as you develop. And you can see the grading plan has extensive number of berms that are added and other features to try to prevent the erosion. However, look at letter D, surface drainage. Proposed activities should avoid alteration of existing drainage patterns and that increases in the volume and velocity of stormwater runoff from the site. Again, with so much grading and so much changes in this area, we do not believe that the overlay district is being fulfilled with such a dense development. Section B1E, screens and buffers. Noise, dust, and visual effects of the proposed activity surrounding the uses must be reduced by incorporating buffer strip screens and other applicable methods. In order to figure out what that would require, you look at the left column, length of time. To my knowledge, nowhere in the application materials does it say how long it's going to take for this development to be made. Unless or until you get that information, you then don't know how much the minimum buffer distances are, because your next items, agriculture and residential, each of those would require a different buffer distance depending upon how long the construction would go.
To my knowledge, if you look through these application materials, there's nothing that talks about having a screen and buffer plan. By the way, if you look at the bottom there, screen and buffer need to be 6-foot opaque barrier, and then the code goes in to talk about 5 different possibilities for what's there. Again, I'm not aware of anything that talks about screens and buffers for this application. B2A, removal of vegetation. Proposed activity should be designed and carried out in a manner which preserves as much natural vegetation and tree cover as possible. The only reason they're taking out 4 acres of trees and grading over 7 acres for a road is because it's such a dense development. If this were developed consistent with surrounding areas that also have houses, you would see maybe 1 house per 10 acres or more. This sticks out like a sore thumb in terms of what's being put into this area, and it completely violates the goals of the overlay district. By the way, almost 4 acres of old growth trees removed, many of them we believe to be over 100 years old, and the solution to that is acceptable tree mitigation is planting 154 new trees, and most of those will go in areas that are currently field and prairie. Section B3 talks about disturbance of sensitive or unique features. An assessment must be prepared to identify both direct and indirect effects of the proposed activity on the environment, including a determination of whether the effects are potentially adverse or beneficial. If you look through the applicant's materials, I am not aware of anything that states that it is an assessment that fits this criteria. Then you look at the last sentence. Alternatives to the proposed action must be identified, along with an assessment of the potential effect of the alternatives. I don't see anything in this application that shows any alternatives besides we want a dense development. Again, it came in a year ago for 41 lots. You're coming out the other end now with 42 lots. Where is the alternative that was proposed in accordance with the requirements of your overlay district? Finally, B3D. I just highlight the last couple because those tie in with the previous slides. For number 4, additional plans, if applicable according to standards, have to be provided. If you look at Romanet 4, an assessment of the effect of the proposed activity. Again, I don't see anything in these materials that talk about an assessment. Romanet 5, a plan for perimeter buffers and screening of the site. Again, nothing in this application provides for those items. So based on all of these things, and again, I'm just touching upon overlay district issues, others are going to touch upon others, but we do not believe this application is ready to go forward. If you're going to move it forward today, we would ask for a recommendation of denial. I would also show that the planning department, if you look at your 2 proposals before you today, I think one of them has 15 contingencies in order for the preliminary plat to go through. Still a lot of work to be done. And for the special use permit, still has 13 specific items that have to get addressed before this can go forward. One of the largest, and it's on both of those, is to get the Ponca Hills Fire Department satisfied with regard to water pressure and the ability to service this facility. And with that, I guess I would like to again request that you deny this application, and we'll have some other folks come up that can give you more talking points on the water pressure issues and safety issues. Thank you.
Chairman, board, members of the planning department, thank you for your time today. My name is Ava Jessen. I live at 13650 Calhoun Road, which is immediately south to the proposed development. I'm also a member of the LLC, the West Ponca Conservancy LLC, that also owns property that adjoins this development. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. So I'm up here today, and there's a ton of stuff, as you can imagine, to address, but I really want to hone in on fire code and specifically some concerns about water pressure sprinkler systems. And to start that off, we had a community meeting where the applicant brought us in maybe back in September when this development was initially proposed, and they reviewed what their plan was, and our fire chief for Ponca Hills brought up 3 key issues that he saw with that initial plat design. 1, a lack of adequate water supply. 2, access issues with a single access road. And 3, turnaround design. From what I can see in the plat in front of you, those issues still have not been addressed. And I want to go through each of them one at a time quickly here. And I know the fire chief is here too, and he's done a lot of calculations, and I'm sure he can fill any parts and pieces, or if I say something wrong, hopefully chime in. First and foremost, I want to talk about fire flow, or our lack of adequate water supply. Our fire chief initially acknowledged that this development is tapping in to the dead end of a 6-inch line on top of a hill, and that the NRD, even if you have hydrants out there, will not certify them for fire flow. So fire flow, when you go to the codes that have been adopted by the city of Omaha, fire flow is the amount of water required for a duration of time to put out a fire at a facility based on its square footage. Is generally how they calculate it. When I look at the fire flow requirements for this property using table B105.1 of the fire code, if you have a home that is between 0 square feet and 3,600 square feet, you would be required to have 1,750 gallons per minute for a duration of 2 hours. For homes larger than that, let's say you get up to more of like the 5,500 square foot homes, you're looking at more like 2,000 gallons of water per minute for 2 hours. Now there are a couple ways that you can reduce those, and the fire code official for the city of Omaha can weigh in and make these special approvals. I have not seen any of those on any of the documents that have been presented before you today. What they can do is they can reduce those fire flow requirements by 50% if a home is equipped with fire sprinkler systems. So let's just take, and then I'll give another caveat. There is a minimum requirement for a home that is less than 3,600 square feet to have 1,000 gallons per minute for 1 hour. Let's assume even further that the fire code official says we can cut that in half. We're still looking at fire flow requirements between 500 gallons per minute and up to 1,000 gallons per minute, depending on what is built in this development. Joel has done a number of calculations on what his fire department can provide, and it is the position that I have heard is that so far this development cannot meet those fire flow requirements. And even if they could meet those those minimum standards, you are asking the fire code official for the city of Omaha to make 2 exceptions. The next thing that I would like to bring up, and so I think that's how I'm going to address our lack of adequate water supply. The next issue that was brought up at that first meeting nearly a year ago is access issues associated with the single access road. We've heard today, first and foremost, for a cul-de-sac waiver. And that cul-de-sac waiver has been supported because we're in the environmental North Hills and we want to make sure that we're reducing our impact. And I understand that. But the city says that when you do allow cul-de-sacs, which it doesn't want you to, they should be 600 feet or less. The roads proposed in this, the single access roads, are 2,500 and 2,600 feet respectively. Now, I'll talk about that a little bit more when we talk about the turnaround, but that's quite a significantly long single access fire road. And now we're making it 22 feet wide. So not only do we only have one access point to 42 homes on extremely long dead-end streets, those streets are 22 feet wide. Our volunteer fire department works hard and we're making their job harder. The next part that I would bring up is we talk about making these waivers for lots 1 and 3 that would go before the Zoning Board of Appeals. Those waivers would allow the homes to be squished closer to the street, so now their driveways have 30 feet instead of 50 feet in length. Now, I don't know about you, but a family of 4 can generate quite a few cars. If anyone comes to visit families at lots 1 and 3, where are they going to park? They're going to park on your single access 22-foot fire roads. And by the way, those lots are at the absolute entry point into this 42 home development. And you could say, well, they could park off on the side of the road. Well, we have steep slopes, and the steep slopes, the reason those homes are being asked to move forward is because they're on a steep slope and we have drainage ditches. So honestly, there's nowhere else to go unless you go to the cul-de-sac, which obviously creates more problems. So now that we've talked about the waivers and how they may impact, and again, I defer to the experts in fire, but speaking from a person who knows how hard it is to navigate on narrow roads with big equipment. The last part is the turnaround design. I understand that the city has waived its codes regarding the cul-de-sac. However, the fire code says the fire code official needs to approve the radius for dead-end roads. I have not seen the fire code official approve it, and there are sticky backs or general design, and our tablets aren't working today, but there are designs for dead-end roads. Those designs, according to the fire code, also are limited based on the length of the dead-end road. The highest length suggested in those is around 750 feet. Again, these roads are 2,600 and 2,500 feet. So to even have a dead-end road and even be to a point where you're approving a turnaround, the fire code official, according to our code, is going to have to provide special approval. I haven't seen that yet either. Now, I've tried to keep my discussion about this very code-related, very unemotional, but I am a mom, and I'm a wife. I live next door, and I live in Ponca Hills, and fires happen, and they happen, and they can be big, just like what happened a couple years ago. And I know how hard Joel and his team work of the volunteer fire department to keep us safe and to keep our property safe. And not only are we making their jobs harder, it scares me. So that's it on fire. I know that we want to try to keep these quick, and so the only other thing that I would add, so I don't have to come back up with respect to the special use permit, there have been discussions, and again, our tablets aren't working, so I'm sorry I can't show you all the fun, pretty pictures from 1938 of this property. But when you go on the Douglas County website, you can find the plats that represent this area from 1938. And going back to 1938, you see the same tree clusters on the same property, and they are proposing to put a road right through them. When we talk about the types of trees that are out there, the Nebraska Game and Parks has written a letter associated with this development and has defined these tree clusters are characteristic of remnant oak, hickory, ironwood forests. These have a ranking of S2, which are very rare or only occur locally within the state. I would also like to point out that we spend a lot of time on trees, and I know from prior approvals that you guys have done related to Alloway Acres and some others, that you as well as I know that we don't just worry about the important trees. We worry about all trees. And we worry about all trees because you and I know that it's not just the old trees that matter, it's all the trees that maintain the soil stability, especially on steep slopes. I would like for you to be aware too that the road runs through tree clusters that are on 17% and greater slopes. The last part that I would like to bring up is when an arborist goes through and looks at these, they notice that you do have pre-settlement trees, which are 250 years or older. But there's also trees out there that are 30 years old, 10 years old, 5 years old. And you'll notice from that comparison between the 1938 plat and what you have today, these forests are regenerating on their own. And that is extremely important for continued soil stability, and it provides important habitats from the loss of those pre-settlement trees and the growth of new trees for migrating birds, the endangered wildlife, and all other sorts of people to enjoy. Now, I've probably exceeded my time, so I feel like I should just wrap this up and let you know that living in the North Hills Overlay District is quite a privilege. And there have been a lot of protections that have been put forth to keep this property and keep the land that surrounds it as beautiful and wonderful as it is. And when you look at Section 55901, which is our overlay district, it specifically says that plans that would result in damaging effects to unique or sensitive features may be refused to permit if it is determined that the land use permitted by the applicable existing zoning district and/or city's future land use plan could be developed without adverse effects. This land could be developed without tearing out all the things that make it so special. And I would ask that you guys deny this particular plat so that we can get something and an alternative plan that celebrates the things that are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava. Any other opponents wishing to speak?
Joel Sachs, Fire Chief, Ponca Hills, 12919 Ponca Road, 68112. I know I sent a letter to the Planning Board regarding rural fire operations. I did request the developers to put sprinkler systems in the houses and enlarge the cul-de-sac, which they have done. That met what I asked for, but there is also the issue of the Papio NRD will not certify their water main for fire protection. It's for drinking water only. So, you know, our hope is that sprinkler systems in houses will prevent a major fire. I know that's what sprinkler systems do. If the people maintain them once they're put in, if they're not maintained, they're going to be worthless. We are treating this entire development as a rural fire area, which means we will have to tank water from 2.5 to 3.5 miles away, depending on the hydrant. And that will require a lot of resources. And again, that's why we required sprinkler systems in the houses. The one stipulation, when I talked with Mr. Negus, he said that he was going to require it in every house. The document that was sent out with the agenda says houses over 2,500 square feet. And I need them to stipulate in writing every house in the development. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Sunderland. I live at 11803 North 36th Street. I am the current president of the neighborhood association called Ponca Hills Preservation Society, and I'm here to make some personal remarks today. In the short time I've lived in Ponca Hills, I'm continuously blown away by the tremendous variation of wildlife and historical culture that inhabits the area. More than anywhere else in Nebraska, there has been consistent occupation of Ponca Hills for almost 2,000 years. In the early 1700s, fur traders set up posts and traded with the Ponca, Oto, Pawnee, Iowa, and Omahas. Detailed accounts of Lewis and Clark's experiences and the amazing artwork of Carl Bodmer, which is now enshrined at the Joslin Museum, are also part of the entire neighborhood. In 1818, a group of scientists were sent to record new wildlife in the area, and resulting in the discovery of over 300 new plants and animals. And that was just the beginning. Ponca Hills has always been wild. Lightly farmed, undeveloped, non-suburban, but reflective of the amazing natural resource that sits right next to a major metro area. The development is just asking too much for the only strip of fragile, lush hills in the state. With just over 1,600 total parcels in Ponca Hills, we've added an average of 10 homes per year since 1880. The home values range from $75,000 to $3 million, making it an extremely diverse neighborhood full of, without any monoculture of development. The average parcel runs around 4.5 acres. This development puts the entire ecosystem into overdrive and placing pressures on the existing parcels to handle the loss of wildlife and tree canopy. That on its own is an unfair burden for the rest of the neighborhood. I'm not saying there should be zero development here. I'm saying that development should take this area into consideration, and this particular development does not. It is exactly what the overlay was enacted to prevent. Please do not let this pass. The entire area is under stress already. Vast stands of bur oaks are on the verge of dying due to our drier conditions. Aggressive drought-tolerant plants continue to choke out our native plants. And just last month, we watched as a significant forest fire consumed over 300 acres of habitat. We're at a breaking point, and I'm imploring you to take this into consideration. The development asks for multiple variances plus breaking the intent of the overlay. As president of the neighborhood association, I'm kind of at a quandary as what to tell neighbors when they want to do something with their land. Do I just say, just go ahead and do what you want because the rules don't matter? Because we're out of the city limits, we have very little representation. And I'm imploring you, as some of our only advocates, to help encourage the right kind of development. Please do not let this be our Jobbers Canyon and lose something that we can never get back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents? If, who else is planning to speak? If you want to come down a little closer to, and please give us new information, new testimony, new information. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. David Levy, Baird Home Law Firm, 1700 Farnham Street, in opposition on behalf of close neighbors of this project. I also appreciate the department's work and diligence on this. We've been following this and working on this for many months, and they have required layovers and pressed the applicant for new information and additional revisions. But this project remains far too dense for this area. The application seeks to shoehorn over 40 lots as small as 1.25 acres into an area, as you just heard from the neighborhood association president, of lots that are average 4.5 acres in size, and in many cases 20, 30, and 40 acres in size. This is bringing an urban subdivision to a rural residential area and the North Hills overlay. The best evidence of that may be the 6 waivers that are required. And this is not an infill site where waivers make sense because the application comes to a place already with constraints. This is a blank slate where one should work within the code and within the comprehensive plan to create a project that is compatible with the area. This is not that. As you've heard from others more expert in this than I, the infrastructure for this is wholly insufficient. There's really only one way in and out, and the firefighting infrastructure and the water supply is insufficient. This will lead to 42 new septic tanks. The planning board's job, with all respect under Nebraska law, is to judge the consistency of an application with the codes and the comprehensive plan. On that basis alone, I would implore this board, and I think it's incumbent on this board, to recommend denial of this application. At a minimum, as you've heard from others, and as I'm saying to you now, this is not ready for prime time. This simply does not fit within this area, not even close. And at a minimum, therefore, this should be laid over for further revision, reduction in density, and further study. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any other opponents?
Thank you for your time. My name is Matt Veras. I live at 5112 Wedge Court, Omaha, Nebraska, 68152. It's south and west of the proposed development area. I grew up in a small town in rural Nebraska. My kids have grown up seeing the night sky, learning about constellations, and hearing the humming of tractors and farm equipment while picking apples and gardening with our neighbors. We live where we do because of a deliberate choice. We choose to be away from developed subdivisions and to embrace the nature that comes with rural life. We care deeply for the native plants and animals, and we feel an obligation to do better. We know not everyone shares this conviction. I have several concerns with the proposed development. I'll skip past the ones that have been covered at length already and perhaps add some new considerations. If I can get my list to come back up here. One thing that hasn't been discussed at length is the issue of light pollution and impact to night skies. There's been some discussion around lowering the amount of streetlights, which is appreciated. However, as Mr. Lamont clearly discussed earlier, when there is none, adding any is undesirable. So light pollution will be a significant issue. Visual impact to the immediately neighboring properties. It's been mentioned some. I'd like to revisit that just briefly. we talked about what's going on and how out of character this development is with the area. Now, I live in an acreage subdivision. I live on 10.85 acres. The rest of the houses and dwellings in my acreage subdivision are all a minimum of 10.01 acres. The minimum lot size in the proposed development is significantly less than that at 1.25 acre at minimum. The visual impact of such a development will be stunning and will stick out, obviously, in the landscape from how things look visually during the daytime and how they look at nighttime as well. We're not talking about a yard light on a barn. We're talking about a subdivision that needs to have proper lighting for residents to feel safe. It is very out of place with the environment that it's being proposed for. One key issue that I'd like to discuss that hasn't been mentioned at all is the significant impact to already severely limited internet availability. During COVID, we saw a massive shift of students from in-classroom learning to at-home learning. The residence where I live, the maximum terrestrial bandwidth that I can receive from CenturyLink, which is the only terrestrial provider, is 32 megabits down and less than 2 megabits up. The FCC constitutes that broadband, as it's defined in their terms, is 40 megabits down and 5 megabits up. So already, how things are presently deployed is not in alignment with the FCC's requirement for recognized home broadband service. Now, there are some non-terrestrial services from Starlink, from T-Mobile. All of those services are already being exhausted, and we're seeing significant service degradation from adoption, from people migrating away from CenturyLink and other terrestrial options to use these satellite and cellular options. With the potential for 40 families coming to the area and 2 or 3 or 4 children each, what do you think that will do to the available bandwidth and to the availability of remote work, at-home learning, streaming, all of the things that we use internet service for? There's no plans for internet deployment. I don't see any amendments for CenturyLink or for any rural broadband provisions at all in the development. That is a critical factor that needs to be considered and needs to be included or addressed. The next issue is the issue of property valuation and taxable land value. Farmland has a value. We have greenbelt values. There are neighboring land values that are used by the county board to establish taxable rates. Building 40-plus houses and developing an area will have significant impact to property value and property tax value of neighboring properties, which is significantly undesirable and could potentially price some landowners out of land ownership. The next issue that I'd like to address is the impact to school district and class size. The nearest school in Omaha Public Schools that supports this area is Ponca Elementary School. Both of my kids go there. The class sizes are 15 to 20, very small. There is no room for expansion in the school. It is at capacity. There is no way to add classrooms. There is no way to significantly modify the physical school itself. It is as big as it can be, and they have done a magnificent job of using all the space they have as best they can use it. Bringing in 40 families, potentially 2, 3, 4 children per family, 160 kids. That adds somewhere around 18% to the existing student body at Ponca Elementary. Just a fact for consideration. Contamination of springs that are present on the property, removal of significant trees, elimination of prairie grasses, all of those things have been covered at large. So the list that I've gone through, in addition to things that have previously been mentioned, is not exhaustive in any means, but for the sake of brevity, I'll move on. I would ask you to consider the reason for the North Hills Environmental Resource Overlay District. Their stated mission is to preserve the fragile ecological character of the neighborhood. And with that, I'll ask that you please carry over or deny this application, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Matt.
My name is Dr. Bill Julian. For the last 35 years, I've lived at 13425 Calhoun Road, which is immediately to the southwest of that property, southeast of the property in question. You've listened to a preponderance of evidence that's put together by professionals. What I've done for the last 50 years, 45 years, is research in veterinary and human applications of biotechnology. So what I have to deal with on a daily basis is to look at facts, to ascertain the validity of those facts, and we base that on peer review, on real data. Okay, so what you've been presented with is peer-reviewed data. it's a way of making a decision based on an intelligent decision. When I walked in here and I listened to the gentleman get up and speak, all I could think of is he should have put his hands in his pockets and shuffled his foot and said, "Oh, gee, let us go around and try to make this better." Every time, come back with yet another answer to a half-baked idea. And if you were to basically allow this project to go forward, to me, it's the equivalent of giving a 4-year-old a loaded gun in terms of the impact it would have on the community, okay, the very basis of the spirit of the law of what the Les Hills development overlay is supposed to be, and actually it infringes on the rights of the community that's been there for historically for 30 or more years. You know, I can only add to what was mentioned. We didn't talk about traffic. 42 houses is 84 cars, assuming that there's 2 people per household working. Okay, about between 5 o'clock and about 9 o'clock in the morning, 75 is heavily trafficked, and it's truck traffic. They start jackbreaking out there about 5 o'clock in the morning with cattle trucks. And when they come over the hill from Washington County at 65 miles an hour, you're not going to stop one of those. I've seen too many out there that I actually have where there's been wrecks. So we have that to consider. And then I look at it selfishly as well. I'm dependent upon that 6-inch line. And it was a fire on my farm, okay, and I've got 42, basically the 42 other houses dependent upon that same line. I'm put at risk, and that's not fair. But again, I go back to this. This was half thought. It was obvious the way the presentation was made. It was half thought. Okay, what you heard was fact. You have to deal with fact. Thank you.
Yep. Any other opponents? Okay, is that it for opponents? Okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Bob, Doug, I hope you guys were taking notes. Do you want to get up and address any of the concerns or all of the concerns or any part of them?
Well, it's 3:05. I don't know that I want to address all the concerns at this point. A lot of good information raised by the opponents. The density, I think, is there's 42 lots there, but that doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be 42 houses there. Oftentimes in these kind of areas, people buy multiple lots to achieve the dream that they're trying to live in. We've worked with the fire department. We thought we were in pretty good shape regarding fire protection. I think rural fire is different than urban fire regarding, let's see, the light pollution. We've asked Public Works about limiting street lights or not, and we've just followed their direction on those kind of things. There wasn't an intent. In fact, there was an intent to avoid a lot of the environmentally sensitive areas up there, but to get the layout, we've run the road in an area. I think the one grove of trees that were referred to was, we looked at that quite a few ways and hated to go through there, but it was just about unavoidable for what the developer was trying to accomplish. We've done all the septic, we've done hydrologies. Obviously those reports aren't perfect from what you heard before, but we're still in the preliminary stages. We're not at final stages. There are some details that were brought up by Mr. Ackley in the code that have not been addressed at this point either. Again, preliminary stages, trying to get a feel whether this will move forward or not. Cul-de-sac length, I think it's not unusual to see long dead-end roads in rough areas like this. We've worked with planning and public works on those layouts and gotten that feedback. Light pollution, property valuation, school district impact are typically not things that we're addressing at this stage. So that I guess that's my rebuttal to the testimony from the opponents at this point. I think the land can be developed. Perhaps this isn't a perfect layout yet, and maybe you'll consider laying it over, or we'll continue to work on getting the issues to where it is more acceptable. We followed the rules as we interpret them from the code, and tried to do what the developer wants to do. So,
Hey, Doug, do you think that there might be room in that to meet with the neighbors somewhat, if this was to be laid over, so that you could hear some of this other information maybe that they have? We do generally like to see, meetings with developers and neighbors, and I don't think there's been one since maybe 6-7 months ago.
yeah, we had the initial meeting that was referred to at the fire barn, and then we were somewhat relying on the internet to pass information to the Ponca Hills Conservancy, and so rather than have big gatherings over and over, we can certainly do that.
They've been receiving information from you as time's gone on?
I believe so. I'm not the one in charge of that, but
okay.
Please be
that was
quiet.
the intent from
Doug, hold on just a second. If you're seated, please don't make any remarks. Go ahead, Doug.
The intent from the initial meeting was to have open dialogue back and forth with the neighbors that were at that meeting. It was mentioned at the meeting there was a significant number of them that could not attend. So we were, Mr. Sunderland came forward and said, you can run things through me. And again, I was under the assumption that was being done, layovers and so forth on that. But to answer your question, of course, we're willing to meet with the neighbors and try to get a mutually palatable solution. Although from today's testimony, I'm not sure that we'll get to that point.
An effort will be put in, and I appreciate that very much.
Any additional questions for
Doug? Doug, I have a question. Obviously, several of the opposition parties mentioned concern about the number of lots. Can you elaborate a little bit on the development team? And, obviously there have been changes and modifications, but generally the lot layout has been consistent since the original application. Could you just elaborate on why the 42 lots, or why your client views that as being optimal for their development?
I don't know the exact reasons behind that. They wanted to stay at those kind of lots. One of the interesting things from the original meeting with the neighbors, the development to the north, I believe had more lots than ultimately houses later on. And we, from a flexibility standpoint, we were under the impression that people are going to buy multiple lots up there, and we're not ultimately going to end up with 42. But for flexibility's sake, put 42 in there, and then as they combine, if it works with 42, then as they combine things, it's better on the density side of things. Does that answer your question?
Sure. I was just curious. So.
Okay.
Doug, where do you stand with the Douglas County Health Department on perk tests, septics? Have you had them out there and
We've run all the perk tests and infiltration data. I had trouble hearing people's last names. The first opponent mentioned the soil types and the mischaracterization out there. So we've done infiltration tests and we've done perk tests. The state has a criteria of how many per size of lot. Obviously, we want to know that they're going to work before we plat all these lots and then find out, hey, you can't get sanitary sewer. More so than water, if you don't get sanitary to work, that gets people irritated.
Is it the state that comes out, or was it Douglas County Health Department that comes out on these? And what
Well,
standards do you have to go by?
We go through Douglas County Health Department, but there's a state set of regulations.
Okay.
And it's all dependent on parcel size. If we're doing, say, all 10-acre pieces, you test 1 out of every 3. When you get smaller pieces, you have to test more lots.
I misunderstood you. I thought you meant that the state came out. And you,
No.
Yeah.
We did all of that. I think that's just prudent engineering. Having worked in the field before, when you come out to a lot and somebody wants to build a house and you can't find a spot for the septic, it's a pretty tough conversation.
Could you address some of the first statements that were made about the environmental report that they had done as it relates to your environmental data? Could you respond to some of that?
Let me look at those notes. Yeah, the wetlands delineation report, it's a little embarrassing when they get the wrong location. It's not the first time I've seen that. On those kind of things, an independent report, they requested that. I don't
Doug,
think,
just say, Joel, would you hold on for a minute? Yeah, we might have some questions for you. Thank you.
Unless you got a fire to go to.
Yeah, unless you got a fire. Oh,
Okay.
well,
do you want him,
quick.
Yeah.
you want me to wait?
yeah,
Have him come up?
Joel, would you come up? Thank you, Doug, for that.
Joel Sack, Ponca Fire Chief, 12919 Ponca Road.
I'm a little confused. I was talking to Ava up in the pre-meeting. I just want to make certain I get this right. You're saying if all the houses have sprinklers, fire sprinklers, you're okay with the fire department's assessment of the development?
Yes, and that's what I told the builders is if all the houses, I mean, statistics show 1 to 2 sprinkler heads will extinguish a fire unless you have somebody dumps flammable liquids throughout a structure or whatever. So I feel the homes will be protected. My concern is still NRD. If people keep tapping into more neighborhoods and adding more development to their water system, it's going to be pushed to the max to the NRD's water system. So, that is my concern, but I did tell the builder in writing that, yes, if every house is sprinkled, if we can turn a fire truck around in there, that met our condition.
With the changes to can you turn around a fire truck in there?
They enlarged the size of the cul-de-sacs to meet a tandem axle fire apparatus.
Okay, and that is good with you?
Yes.
Okay, that's what
As
you
long as
need.
people aren't parking in them.
Yeah, gotcha. All right. Any other questions?
Yeah,
for
Joel, I had a quick question as well. The document that we received from you had indicated, and I quote, "The Ponca Hills Fire Department would accept the proposed development under the following conditions. Number 1, while we prefer that all homes in the development be equipped with a residential automatic fire sprinkler system, we will only require it for homes over 2,500 square feet."
That was the initial discussion, yes. And Sean Negus called me and said he was going to require it in every home. That he was going to put that in the covenants, but it has not appeared in any of the documents yet.
Okay.
So are you officially changing your recommendation then to every home? Is that even?
Based on
Is
my
that what we're gonna
discussion
change?
with Sean, yes. the developer.
Thank you. That's, yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the NRD too? A little bit. You said that they're not gonna certify. Is it that they're not gonna certify the water supply?
The
certain
NRD
way?
will not certify their water system for fire protection anywhere. They've got hydrants on their systems. They call them clean outs. They are going to put fire hydrants in this edition, what I've been told. And I said, will they be certified for fire protection? And he said, no.
And that's common throughout Ponca Hills, or just for this development?
MUD certifies all their fire hydrants for fire protection. But the Natural Resources District gets their water from MUD, and they do not certify any of their water system for fire protection.
So can you go a little further on that for me? So if they don't certify it, does that mean there's not gonna be enough water from that hydrant to put out a fire? Or
There may be, depending on the time of day. We'll be able to tap into their hydrants and use them.
Okay.
Will we have enough flow? I don't know. If everybody's got their lawn sprinklers on, and you got 300 houses taking showers, obviously the water pressure is going to be lower. So it's
let me ask you this.
worst case scenario, I cannot depend on their water system.
If you lived in that neighborhood with what you're telling me with the fire suppression system and non-certified hydrants, would you feel safe enough having a house there?
If I lived in a fully sprinklered house, I would feel safe.
Okay.
One final thing.
Thank you.
Just add this. So, what you mentioned just now about and clarified about the NRD, if there was only one house built there or the house that's there, it's still the same condition. The NRD still won't certify.
Absolutely.
Joel, I have one more question. One of the
gotta get going.
Yeah, I know. Hey, it's okay. I'll send him. I'll send my coworkers out at the training center. No, one of the opponents had talked about a lot of fire codes, and I'm not an expert in fire codes, whether it's City of Omaha or your district or any districts. What is your fire district's involvement or relationship with Omaha fire codes? Do you have guidance to utilize those, or do you have your own codes, or can you explain how that works?
City of Omaha fire codes cover the 3-mile zoning jurisdiction. And I did talk with Joe Caniglia, the Assistant Fire Marshal. I did meet with Mrs. Jessen regarding the Omaha code for housing developments over 40 houses. And he said the Omaha Fire Department does not enforce codes on residential developments, that they would not address that was the planning board. We don't. If I find a fire code issue in our area, I refer it to City of Omaha.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joel, for coming back.
And one more quick question, just about
Sure.
the fire suppression.
Absolutely.
Is that specific to this development, or are fire suppression systems common throughout Ponca Hills?
There are no other sprinklered homes in Ponca Hills, rural or on city water. We have one large riding academy that, at my request, put a fire sprinkler system in because they have several hundred, or close to 100 high-dollar horses. They put a sprinkler system in, and that's also supplied by the NRD system.
Thank you, Joel. Okay, Doug, did you want to come back up?
Do I want to, or will I?
And will you come back up?
Okay. We were talking about the environmental stuff from the beginning. The wetlands delineation report, if a new independent report has to be done to make you guys comfortable, that's fine. Soils, they are difficult to work with severe erosion. This isn't the first development we've done in Northern Hills. There's a map calculation error in the drainage study. We can look at that, get that corrected. I don't know that that's going to radically result in a major change to the drainage. 46 hydrographs, I don't know how many we had. If there's some missing, we can perform those. The soil infiltration types, that would be kind of a discussion between soil experts. We have a geotechnical expert that we can do that. Grazed pasture land versus hayed ground. I'm not sure that I know the difference between those. That I suppose one's growing hay and it's long all year, but from the aerial photos it looked like there's stables up there all the time, so maybe you keep the horses out of one area and move them to another. Again, we can modify those things on the drainage study. I'm not sure it's going to result in a huge significant change. If that makes you guys more comfortable to do all of that before moving it on, we're willing to do that.
And in our recommendation, you know, this isn't final anyway. You have to finalize that.
Right. Again, it's preliminary stuff, and you get, if you have to have every I dotted and T crossed, to me that's final. But over my career, preliminary gets closer and closer to final all the time. So I think those are the comments from the first individual, Chad.
Chad mentioned something about, and maybe I heard him, didn't hear him correctly, silt fence encroachment?
Yeah, that
You know
again,
anything about that?
we're not going to encroach on neighboring property. That's a detail of the plan that the reviewers would catch, and we'd relocate all that. The intent is not at all to encroach on the neighbors. I think Tom Ackley mentions a noise reduction and construction time and all of that, those kind of things. We can figure all of that out, but until we know what we're going to build, how many times do we want to do that? And Tom went through the code pretty thoroughly, alternatives analysis, all of those kind of things. We get into that with like Corps of Engineers permitting and all that stuff. It drags your timeline out quite a ways, but if that's what we need to do, that's what we'll do. I think Joel handled all the fire stuff. The tree types referred by the Game and Parks, I don't know that we've ever gone through and specifically said we have to save these kind of trees and leave those kind of trees. We don't save every tree. There's some sites where with the city arborist, those don't count. That being said, we want to be respectful to our neighbors. If there's significant stuff there, we'll modify the design to try to preserve that. 4.5 acre average in the area until all the lots are sold. We might end up there. I don't know. The developers have indicated numerous times that they're willing to sell multiple lots if people are interested in that. The stable lot itself is 4.5 acres. I think the last couple, the speed on Highway 75, we did talk to NDOT about that. We have modifications to that Highway 75 intersection. We are aware of the dangerous nature of it, and we're going to try to alleviate that so we don't.
Doug, real quick, with your conversations with the state, have there been any early indications of turning movement into the site or any modifications out on the highway to get to the site?
I think what we've got shown they're good with. We can verify that, but that's my recollection, Eric, is we were good with the state. I think there's some philosophical things here. I don't really want to get into that kind of stuff. I'm a scientist, not an artist. So if there's any other questions, be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Doug. Bob, I'll give you the opportunity if you want to.
Thank you. Again, Robert Peterson. I just want to address a couple things here.
Bob, we need your address again, I'm sorry.
14747 California Street, Omaha. When Tom was up here, he talked about all these changes that have occurred. This is the 5th time that this has been on the agenda. And each time we think that we progressed. It wasn't that we were making changes, but based on conversation with the planning staff, each time we would go back to the drawing board and finally get to the point where it appears that we have a recommendation for approval here. It wasn't that we were adding more things or changing things. It was changes that was recommended by the planning staff. And that's why we're finally, hopefully, where we can move on. This is the preliminary stage. For instance, we talked to the fire captain. The cul-de-sacs were enlarged. When I got the information from initially, when the gentleman talked about the 2,500 versus every house, I put it into the subdivision agreement and the covenants that every house in excess of 2,500 square feet would be fired. If we have to go, we can put that into the covenants and to the subdivision agreement before we move forward. And again, when I know that there's concerns about the waivers and the single access, but all of that is in there to preserve what they have up there. You know, we're not trying to tear up the entire subdivision or the area. We're trying to preserve what's there. And that's the reason for the waivers. I mean, it's not an urban development. So that's why these waivers are in there. It's not that we're trying to sneak something in. It's simply to protect what's there. So I think I had one other comment here. Oh, this gentleman asked about the the lot numbers. There's always been 42 lots there, but it was the stable lot that we were going to use for the equine area. That's not going to happen. So the lot remains there. We would just put a house on it. It's not going to be equine. So that's why there's 42 lots as opposed to the original 41.
What about the issue, Bob, of you brought this up at the beginning of the stable. Right now, and I don't know where the board's gonna go, but if it did go forward with this right now, before you can get final plat, I think that stable would have to be demolished. Is that correct, Eric?
Yeah, so there's two different waiver requests happening here with this application. There's waivers of Chapter 53, which is our subdivision code, and then there's waiver requests of Chapter 55, which is the zoning code. The Chapter 53 waivers, staff is supportive of those, and I can elaborate here shortly on those. But those are incorporated with the platting process. Any Chapter 55 waiver ultimately has to be approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals, and then, but when it has a use permit, it has to also be supported by either the planning board and or the city council to go there. So the Chapter 55 waivers, those are the front setbacks of lots 1 through 3 to pull those up closer to avoid damaging, some of the ravine and the tree area. That's basically kind of the entrance and some of the first homes into this subdivision. The second component, which Doug and Bob have brought up, is the desire, well, it's not officially a waiver request, but ultimately that is what they are implying and asking. A residential lot cannot have an accessory use on a lot by itself. So if you plat what has been, I'll call it the barn or the stable, if there's a plat that is ultimately approved and that is a structure that, the only structure on that is a violation of the zoning code. And so our recommendation report was saying that we need verification that that is removed prior to submittal of the final plat. The only way to allow that barn or stable to exist on a platted lot would be to basically
have support from planning board and or city council to go to the zoning board of appeals to allow an accessory structure on a lot by itself. We don't know how long it will take for a home to be built on that lot. We have concerns that it could just exist out there, forever.
If they agreed to a certain amount of time, I think Doug was talking about 24 months. Would that work? I mean, we
I don't
could
think
make a
I don't think the
motion.
planning department is comfortable with that, but you have the
We
ability.
have the ability to make
Yes.
a motion, okay. Okay. Sorry, Bob, I just.
Yeah,
wanted to
that's
get that
fine. It just
clarification.
doesn't make sense to me to tear down a perfectly good building, but, we would commit to a certain period of time if the, the members here would support that, to say, hey, if we don't have a house started by X date, it comes down. So, any other questions?
Any other questions for Bob? Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any additional comments or questions for, we hear from Eric? Okay, Eric.
I do have a question.
Go ahead,
So
Sydney.
you're saying ZBA would have to approve a waiver to keep the stable, and then would that come back to us for final plat? Or what would that process be?
Yes, but because there is a special use permit, they cannot go to the zoning board of appeals without acceptance or support for that waiver, either by the planning board and or the city council.
So, what Sydney's asked, if the board today, let's say they made a motion for approval and added that on there, then it could be taken to the zoning board of appeals, because that would be with the recommendation of the planning board. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
But in that scenario, then who's responsible for making sure that this gets done in 12 months or 18 months or 2 years?
24 months from when?
I mean, we got a lot of cases here that we see.
From the final plat is what.
Well, and how about maybe if I could just elaborate a little bit. There was an early comment about individual property owners coming in to seek approvals for horses. Well, we are stating with the special use permit that there shall be no horses. So if somebody comes in for an individual request, they're basically opening it up. They would have to seek a major amendment to the special use permit that would have to go through planning board and city council. So it's not as simple as, okay, we're not gonna do horses at this time, but individual homeowner, you can go ask Douglas County for approval of the horses. It's a requirement in the special use permit, so that is gonna open up that major amendment. One other thing, anytime you have accessory structures, I mean, if we're not talking horses, there's always the concern what's going on in a large accessory structure. We have problems with this throughout the city and jurisdiction about people running businesses and things like that. Now, I'm not implying that that's gonna happen, but trust me, we see it all over the place. And so that's part of why the rules are in place. It would be the same as if you just had a normal residential lot here in the city, that you could not just have a 3-stall garage without a house on it. So
Could it, this is just speculating, could it remain an outlot and then at a future point in time, it could be taken out of the outlot into a residential lot?
no, I don't think it matters if it's a lot or an outlot. I mean, once the decision to pull the amendment for the presumed stable use, that basically put this structure in jeopardy. Now, if it was platted on the lot where the house is, obviously it's much further away, that can be done. But no, it doesn't matter if it's an outlot or a lot. Basically city council or planning board cannot violate provisions of the zoning code. So that's ultimately where the zoning board of appeals comes in. How about I'll keep it going here and
Keep
just,
it going, Eric.
we got a long meeting here ahead. So, just some of the other comments that I heard, I've heard a lot of concern about the number of lots and the development, and, it's always unique and challenging. We hear this a lot whenever we have development proposals for the North Hills overlay. But it does come down to the fact there are requirements that are laid out in Section 901. Obviously, the opponents have different views on what the city has thoughts on and meeting those code requirements. It does have base zoning of DR, which does require 1 acre minimum lots. We do have the state of Nebraska requirements in Douglas County Health Department if a septic system less than 3 lots needs pre-approval before a final plat regarding the septic system. I think the development has come a long ways as far as information regarding protecting environmental features, and that kind of leads into the Chapter 53 subdivision waivers. It is frequent, whether it is in Ponca or in the Elkhorn Exurban Zone. The Elkhorn Exurban Zone is not codified in the Chapter 55 zoning, but that has long been on a list of to-do items to incorporate the same criteria for Elkhorn, which is basically over the ridge as you approach the Elkhorn River, as it is to Ponca. So we have treated those similar in Elkhorn, even though it's not codified, basically waiving these street requirements, not just eliminating them, but waiving them down to a level. So as far as street width, the common requirement in the code is 25 feet. We do support a reduction to 22 feet, but it is still a paved surface. This isn't like a dirt road or anything like that. It goes into the same as not providing sidewalks. It is, to kind of reiterate what the applicant or what Bob had said, it's the idea of trying to preserve the environmental unique features to have as minimal impact or not. If this development came in, if there were 5 lots and it still had the same street layout and they were just much larger lots, it would still be the same infrastructure that would be supported with these waivers of streets. So, that's just an example. Ultimately, any errors in reports, we'll need those remedied. And this is a preliminary plat stage. My understanding from the applicant, they don't believe that those would have a major impact, as far as the reference, a typo in the report as far as the wetlands. Early on, the first submittal, it only included a 1-page memo. As far as the wetlands analysis, that was not sufficient at that time, and our report stated that. Since that time, there's been a 76-page professionally done document. Now, needless to say, we don't like typos, and that needs to get fixed. I don't know if you have questions from me. That's probably about everything that I would address at this time.
Okay. Do you want to move forward with your recommendation on agenda item number 5?
Yes.
Okay.
So, staff, well, the first thing I'm going to say here is a denial of a waiver section, just to elaborate a little bit on that. For storm sewers, that is not necessary because that component is factored in to the drainage study and post-construction stormwater management plans that Public Works does. So this waiver is not needed, but we say it as denial of a waiver to section 5396 storm sewers, not applicable. Approval of a waiver to section 5382G pavement width. Approval of a waiver to section 5399 sidewalks. Approval of a waiver to section 5382B cul-de-sac length. Approval of a waiver to section 5393 street surfacing to allow asphalt pavement and to waive installation of curb and gutter. Approval of a waiver to section 53910 streetscape standards to reduce street lighting. And approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 15 conditions in the report. Now, if obviously you can modify, you can change, your motion could be whatever it wishes. If there is a motion to recommend as proposed in the report, you can just say recommend approval. Is that correct, Jennifer? Or would you like it all read out?
Let's just read it out and then we don't have to worry about it.
If you want to, you're free to, if you want to keep everything exactly as Eric said it, you can indicate that in your motion, but if you want to read it all, you can.
Okay. It's up to you guys, whoever wants to make a motion.
Mr. Rosenbaum, if you do want to make any changes to what Eric said, you are going to have to be specific.
I have to read it all out. If
Yep.
you want to add something like the 24 months for the stable or something like that.
Correct.
Quick question. If we approve the preliminary plat, can we add a requirement that a neighborhood meeting happens before they come back for the final plat?
You could make that requirement, or you could even make the requirement before the preliminary plat goes to city council. You could do it. You could do it either way.
right now, as it stands, none of these conditions need to be met before it goes to city council if it was approved as recommended. But if you want to add a 16th condition, you can state it however you see fit prior to city council or prior to final plat application to planning board.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny a waiver of section 5396 storm sewers as being not applicable. Approval of a waiver of section 5382G pavement width. Approval of a waiver to section 5399 sidewalks. Approval of waiver to section 5382B cul-de-sac length. Approval of a waiver to section 5393 street servicing to allow asphalt pavement and to waive installation of a curb and gutter. Approval of a waiver to section 53910 streetscape standards to reduce street lighting standards. And approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 15 conditions with the exception of the following. Number 4, I would change the language so that it says all homes, all homes, and not with the stipulation of 25 square feet or 2,500 square feet. And would also add an approval of for the applicant to seek approval from ZBA to allow the existing structure to remain in place for a maximum of 24 months after the project starts.
Before we get a second, did you want to add?
Oh, and
just
one more
add
thing about
the
that they have a public meeting, or excuse me, a neighborhood meeting prior to the submitting a final application.
Okay, so if I can, just take a pause here. Jennifer, did you have something to say?
No, I was just wanted to maybe clarify exactly what you mean by 24 months from, you said.
Receiving the final plat approval from the
Okay.
city.
Okay, because I think you said project starts.
Yes.
So, okay,
I-
but what you mean is final plat approval?
Yes.
Is it final plat approval? We would typically go from final plat recording.
Okay, yes.
Because that is a specific date that goes into the Douglas County system.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if I can summarize, the motion was a modification to condition number 4 for all homes to meet the fire suppression system, not just over 2,500 square feet. You added condition number 16 to allow the barn/stable structure to remain in place, subject to approval by the zoning board of appeals for a period of 24 months from the final plat recording date. And condition number 17 to require a neighborhood meeting
Prior to submitting the final plat.
prior to submitting the final plat to city, or to planning board.
I want to know
Let me throw a wrench in if I can. So this stable lot, 24 months, did I not hear, or if a building permit is pulled for a house, within that 24 months, it can stay as part of that development?
We didn't say that, but that would.
I'm just throwing it out there, so I'll let you guys talk about it.
Do we need to, Jennifer, does Dave need to restate his motion with these changes in it?
Dave, you can amend your motion to include that additional requirement.
Okay, I'm going to amend my motion to 2 things. One, that it's the recording of the final plat, and then secondarily,
You want me to help?
That instead of just 24 months flat, that would be the issuance of a building permit for a house for that lot.
Correct. That's what I said.
And then if the second just needs to second your motion as amended, if there is going to be a second.
Second as amended.
Okay. Jennifer, we're good to go before I take the vote?
Go for it.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Franklin? Yes. Moore?
I'm going to vote no because even though this has been on the agenda many, many times, this is one of the first times we've ever had real conversation about this. And I would prefer to see the development team meet with the neighbors, so I'm going to vote no at this time.
Sotolongo? I'm sorry, Morris?
I'm going to vote yes, but I share the same concerns as him, but there's a neighborhood meeting that'll happen. This is only the preliminary plat. You can still come back before that final plat approval. So I think that we have everything in place for communication to continue to happen before this project completely moves forward.
Sotolongo?
For the same reasons that Jeff stated, I would say no as well.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 4-2.
For case number 9, we will need to, I would recommend to add the same conditions or modify, let me see. Okay, the fire suppression is not in this one, okay? But the waiver for the barn and stable should be added as well to be consistent with the preliminary plat. And then I would also recommend the neighborhood meeting prior to submittal for the final plat as well. So if there is the desire to make a similar motion, which I would assume, then you would want to add those two conditions. Staff's report recommends approval of the special use permit to allow development located within North Hills Environment Resource Overlay District, subject to the 13 conditions in the report.
Okay, Dave, do you want to make a motion on this to be consistent?
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the special use permit to allow development located within North Hills Environmental Resource Overlay District, subject to the 13 conditions of the staff report, plus the addition of the qualification that we would allow the barn to stay in place for 24 months from the date of recording the final plat, unless a building permit is pulled sooner than that. And then second item I would add would be that there would be a public meeting with the neighborhood prior to the issuance of the final, or excuse me, of the turning in the final plat for approval.
Good.
Good. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore?
No.
Morris?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
No.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
4-2 approved.
Yep. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 6. It was taken off of consent. Case C10-21-9, C12-21-10. Applicant Celebrity Homes of Omaha requests preliminary plat approval of Deer Crest North, a subdivision outside city limits with rezoning from DR to R4. This was laid over from our April meeting. Location, southeast of 114th and State Streets. And, oh, you're here. Did you, sir, did you take, okay, you're not the guy that took it off.
Gentleman in the front row.
Okay.
Hi.
All right. Got it.
Mark Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Mark Johnson, appearing on behalf, or 11440 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of Celebrity. Because this case was on the consent agenda for approval, I'll let this gentleman be heard, and then I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Weiner. I'm an attorney with the law firm Q-Tech Rock, LLP, 1650 Farnham Street. I'm appearing today on behalf of my client, R&L Carriers, and I'll attempt to be as brief as I can. I understand the issue with respect to Celebrity Homes application is the approval of rezoning of 72 acres southeast of 114th and State Street. My client owns 2 parcels of land adjacent to the proposed subdivision cross corner. I can put it up on the big screen if it helps. These are the 2 lots that are owned by my client R&L Carriers. The western lot, the 2 lots compose 35 total acres. The western lot, which you'll see here, which has an out structure and parking lot on it, is zoned general industrial. And my client operates a truck transfer facility on that lot. adjacent lot to the east is comprised of 10 acres and it's zoned agricultural currently. R&L, my client, purchased the easternmost lot with the intent of making an additional expansion to its current facility. And generally speaking, R&L's operations are such that trucks enter in the morning, they leave in the evening. My client's gone to great lengths to ensure that it remains a good neighbor to resident homeowners or property owners. While my client doesn't have an objection per se to the proposed rezoning, our concern is that the impact it may have on future development and rezoning of the easternmost lot that I previously mentioned. And to provide a little bit more context, I understand there's been no application submitted by my client to rezone that easternmost lot as of today, but they do have plans to move forward with that in the near future. And the expansion obviously would need to go through the board approval process, but it would be a minimal expansion or change in terms of the operations that are presently ongoing. So to cut to the chase, what we would be asking the board to consider is that it condition the approval of the applicant, Celebrity Homes, on their agreement to file a covenant of record against the residential development that informs purchasers of those lots that there is a trucking facility that operates in the vicinity, so that way they're on notice of that fact. And I assume that's something Celebrity would be filing, typical set of residential covenants as part of the development process. I think in the alternative, and at minimum, we would be asking that the board, that the application include a condition that the rezoning of the applicant's lot be without prejudice to my client's right to rezone the development, or the easternmost lot, the 10 acres previously mentioned. And unless the board has any questions, I appreciate your time.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. Any other opponents? Seeing none, close public hearing. Mark, did you want to come up and address Josh's concerns?
Yeah, Mark Johnson, 11440 West Center Road. Mr. Weiner, we've spoken, I think, a couple of times on this issue, and I explained to him that you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, maybe, but these are two separate processes, right? Our private covenants that we record against our developments deal with how our development is governed, not to put neighbors or our residents on notice as to, what is going to be developed or could be developed around them, because where does that stop? I mean, it's very difficult to do that. Plus, you'd be hard pressed to find a developer that wants to put an additional covenant on their property that may cause that property to be less valuable. Obviously, our property is owned, our future land use map would call for this to be low density residential, which this application is. And I assume that any expansion of the site to the northwest would also comply with the master plan. And again, those things are independent. So at this time, my client's not willing to entertain that request.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Any additional comments, questions? Eric?
Yeah, so I guess just a brief summary. This plat had been previously approved for a preliminary plat back in 2021 for nearly the same identical layout. It had been approaching a 2-year avoidance of that preliminary plat, so we have the resubmittal and what's before the board here today. I'm not aware of previous cases that private covenants, now the city's not a party to those covenants, but that's not something that I've heard before. Now, if Jennifer feels differently with her legal background, then she could definitely say so. I will state that south of State Street, it's designated in the master plan as low-density residential. To the north of State Street, it is designated as industrial. So I would see no issues if R&L came in to rezone with a request for that ag piece to go to general industrial to match their larger site on hand. Now, you do have a small buffer yard that comes into play basically just on that small southeast corner of the R&L site, but that would apply today as the zoning exists. So I guess unless you have any questions for me, I would recommend approval of the rezoning from DR to R4 and approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 21 conditions in the report.
Okay, do we have a motion?
A motion for approval of the rezoning from DR to R4 and approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 21 conditions in the recommendation report.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Morris?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
I think so.
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore? Mr. Chair,
Yes.
motion approved, 6 to 0.
Okay, I think we're moving on to agenda item number 10, case C3-23-99. Applicant, Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha, request approval of the 2816 Ames TIF redevelopment project plan. Location, 2816 Ames Avenue. John, you didn't think you were going to wait this long, did you?
I didn't think so, no. I was a little surprised at the meeting length today. But anyway, Don Seaton, Omaha City Planning Department. 2816 Ames TIF project is on a site located on the north side of Ames, just west of the North Freeway. The site is a little under 2 acres in size. The developer intends to subdivide the property, create 2 lots, sell off the eastern portion, and make the TIF boundaries, the TIF project, the western half of the lot approximately. That project involves a comprehensive rehabilitation of an existing 10,400 square foot building that occupies the site. It's formerly a church. The developer is preparing the building for a health services tenant. Incidentally, here's what the existing building currently looks like. Being a rehab for a health services tenant, Archwell Health. They focus on geriatric services. I would note that this site is in an extremely blighted area, so it qualifies and has been approved by the TIF committee for a 20-year TIF term as opposed to the standard 15-year TIF term. Developer is AH2816 Ames LLC, managed by Nicholas Stratigates. Total project cost about $2.5 million. They're asking for over $300,000 in TIF support. Project has been approved by the TIF committee, meets the criteria of our TIF program, it's appropriate land use, and consistent with the city's master plan. We ask for your approval.
Okay, thank you, Don. Any other proponents?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Michael Sands, 1700 Farnham Street, on behalf of the applicant developer. I'll just highlight a couple of other points. Like Don said, the use that's being proposed is an Archwell Health Care Center. And what they do is they provide kind of a one-stop location for a number of specialties, specifically in the geriatric or aging population field. This area in particular has been identified as an area that really needs something like that. And actually, I would even point out that in the master plan, or the North Omaha portion of the master plan for the city, it actually identifies this particular site for a healthcare facility. So we think it'll be a great fit, a needed use there, and we would humbly ask for your recommendation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, close public hearing. Additional comments, questions? Eric?
Recommend approval.
You have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin? Moore? Morris? Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved, 6-0.
Okay, we're going to take agenda item number 11 and 23 together. Eric?
Yeah.
Okay. Agenda item number 11, case C323-100, applicant Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha. Request approval of the 7101 Mercy TIF redevelopment project plan. Location 7101 Mercy Road, and agenda item number 23, case C10-13-109, C10-23-126, C10-23-112. Applicant 7101 Mercy Holdings LLC. Request rezoning from GO to R8 with repeal of the Major Commercial Corridor Overlay District, along with approval of the ACI 2 Area of Civic Importance Overlay District. Location 7101 Mercy Road. Brent, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Planning Board members. Brent Biller, 11440 West Center Road. With me today is Luke Weatherly with Olson, our project engineers. I will cover the entitlements, which is section or item number 23. I'll talk a little bit about TIF, and then Don, of course, does a far better job than we ever do doing this. Okay, this site, as you just discussed, 72nd Street is to our west. This is Mercy Road. We have Exarban, College of St. Mary's campus. If you know where the Think Whole building is, this is that area. So most of these buildings were built in the 1960s. They've kind of lived their useful life. There is a cool development going on just to our east. So this building is not there. That's the Community Alliance building. I think they were in front of you before, seeking their approvals. We're a little bit behind them. They've already started construction. We will, our building was built in 1968. It's an office building. What we're proposing here is 200 multifamily units, a pretty good project. So the developer is Loesch Property, headed by Jack Schrager. Jack is an Omaha native. They are specialized in multifamily projects, both here in Omaha, which is they're new to market, but they've been doing this out in Colorado for a little while. You all have approved one of their projects out on 192nd and Harney. So they're kind of proven. This particular development is higher end in the sense that they do everything very, very first class. So, if you look at the rents that are or the rental availability down in Exarban, they're probably at 98%. So this area does need more units. And so that's what's being proposed here. So with the rezoning to R8, that gets us the multifamily. And then we'll have 200 units. It's about 140 one-bed studio, about 52 bed, and the remaining are 3-bed, which those 3-bed are continuing to be more and more attractive to folks as kind of the market interest rates are where they are. But all told, it's about a $50 million development, and really the reason for that large of a cost is the fact that Loesch is incorporating a parking garage. So we will park all of our residents in an adjoining parking garage that will have just about 300 parking units with a sky bridge across. Pretty high-end amenities in the sense that there'll be a clubhouse, yoga studio, community area, obviously a pool and a pool deck, which seems to be the norm in a lot of these more higher-end amenity-type apartments. The TIF request on this is $6.2 million. Our TIF eligible expenses, we have over $7 million. There were a couple of our estimates that we actually got bids in, and that increased it over 7.3, I think is the roundish number, Don. Correct me if I'm wrong. With TIF, we're about 4% return on equity. Without, it's about 7 and 8%, which I know is in line with what traditionally we approve or want to see on TIF. There are people, I should show some cool pictures. This is what it will look like when we are done. This is looking towards Exarban down Mercy. So this is the corner. This is along Mercy if you're looking to the south. We have had a lot of conversations with the Community Alliance team. I think they support us. I think they actually sent a letter in support of us. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but they should because it's a great project. I'm kidding. They did. So we plan to start demolition later this year. There is some tenants in there. We gave them notice back in May of 2022 that this is coming. All those leases expire before most folks are moving out in September of this year, so we've had that communication. Otherwise, there's some pretty good connectivity. We've met with the city. We'll have a better connection right here to, they're expanding this sidewalk as folks continue down to Exarban. And then we are continuing to work with the city. There's actually a little bit of a waiver down here that we'll probably have to go to ZBA for. And we'll continue to work with Eric and staff on that. So with that, I was trying not to be brief, but I think I was. So if there's any questions, I'm here for them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Brent. Were you going to add anything, Don? Any other proponents?
Yeah, good afternoon, Don Seaton, City Planning. Not an awful lot to add. Brent did a very thorough job in laying out the project. It is a major demolition on the site, obviously, and the new construction includes 2 buildings, one with the 200 market rate apartments, the other being the parking structure with about 296 stalls. I'd note that the total project cost and investment in the area is $49.9 million approximately. And the specific TIF request is for $6,246,574. And this project complies with our master plan, our TIF program criteria, and we ask for your approval.
Thanks, Don. Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, close public hearing. Additional comments, questions? Eric, did you want to add anything?
No, I can go straight to the recommendation. So for agenda item number 11, staff recommends approval.
Do we have? We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved, 6-0.
For agenda item 23, staff recommends approval of the repeal of the MCC overlay district, approval of the ACI 2 ACI overlay district, approval of the rezoning from GO to R8.
Do we have a motion?
I motion to approve the repeal of the MCC overlay district, approval of the ACI 2 overlay district, and approval of the rezoning from GO to R8.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Morris?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved, 6-0.
Okay, agenda item number 12, case C3-23-101. Applicant Planning Department, on behalf of the City of Omaha, request approval of the Diggs Apartment Mason TIF redevelopment project plan. Location southeast of 31st and Marcy Streets. Don, you're up.
Yes. Excuse me. Don Seaton, City Planning Department. Project is located to the south and east of Marcy and 31st Street. The owner has assembled a number of parcels for the project. The assemblage of properties include 4 vacant single-family homes. They will all be demolished, make way for new construction of a 187-unit apartment development. That apartment complex will have 2 buildings, both be 4 and 5 stories in height, each with apartments located on the upper levels above a level of structured parking. The site is located within the urban core housing and mobility plan area, in the influence area. So, and it's also located in an extremely blighted area. And so we'll be getting a 20-year TIF term rather than a 15-year TIF term. And a portion of the TIF revenues generated by the project will be contributed to or go towards the cost of constructing our streetcar system. The developer is Uptown Apartments LLC, managed by Stephen Held. Total project investment is about $20.8 million. They're asking for $4,114,758 in TIF support. And again, this project complies with the city's master plan. It's an appropriate land use for the area, and it meets our TIF program criteria. We ask for your approval.
Thank you, Don. Any other proponents?
Stephen Held, 11506 Nicholas Street, here on behalf of the applicant. I don't have too much to add that Don didn't already go over, but here to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Comments, questions from the board? Eric?
Yeah, so we've obviously talked about this site in the past, most recently back in the March meeting when the rezoning and PUR came before. So I think it's a strong project and staff recommends approval.
Do we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore? Morris? I'm sorry, Sotolongo? Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved, 6-0.
Agenda item number 13, case C3-23-102. Applicant Planning Department, on behalf of the City of Omaha, request approval of the community redevelopment area and extremely blighted area designations. Location southwest of 60th Street and Sorensen Parkway. Don, you're up.
Yeah, good afternoon. Don Seaton, City Planning. We received a request to do a community redevelopment area study, an EBA, extremely blighted area study, for a particular potential redevelopment. We were approached by Candace Price and her partner at Home Team Auto Sales. They're interested in doing a development in this area right here by 60th and Sorensen. This map kind of gives you the context. The red boundary is Census Tract 65, 6506. There's a total of 3 block groups. And then we focus on block group 2, kind of this odd-shaped configuration. You can see that parts of block group 2 are already within community redevelopment areas. The purpose, of course, of a community redevelopment area designation is it makes the area eligible for redevelopment projects to apply for our TIF program. Okay, let's try. This one lays out that block group 2 a little more clearly, I think. In order to qualify for CRA designation, the area must meet both definitions in the state law, definition of blighted and the definition of substandard. In this case, the project complies or meets the definition of blighted in that the per capita income of the area is a little over $18,000. That compares to and is lower than the city overall per capita income of $34,449. Unemployment is also higher than the higher than the threshold, which is 120% of the state unemployment rate. Unemployment in block group 2 is 6.8%. The threshold is 4%. Also, to meet the substandard definition, we did a windshield survey of the area. We looked at the building ages. The buildings in the area are older. They exceed the 40-year threshold set by state law for CRA designation. We noted that some of the infrastructure is a little older and shows some wear. It's not in terrible shape. Really, it's not badly declined or deteriorated by any means, but it does meet the definition of substandard in that there is some wear and tear, and particularly in the terms of the infrastructure. For the extremely blighted area designation, that has a little bit different criteria. You need a poverty rate that exceeds 20%, and in block group 2, we have a poverty rate of 30.5%. And I mentioned that the unemployment rate is 6.83% in that block group. The threshold is 200% of the state rate to be qualified as an EBA, extremely blighted area. And this case, that does comply. 6.8% is greater than the 6.79 that is the threshold. Now, the entire census tract, as well as and all of block group 2, meet the criteria. We are recommending limiting the area designated to just the crosshatched area here. The reason for that is we looked at the existing land uses, the master land or future land use plan, and outside of this area where that proposed redevelopment that initiated the study is going to be located, outside of that area, the redevelopment opportunities are pretty limited. And again, this area is not quite like eastern North Omaha and South Omaha, where your average age of structures is 100 years or more. The average age here is about 46 years. It complies, but given that, we want to draw the boundaries fairly targeted, fairly narrow. And I would end with a picture of the 2 properties at 60th and Sorensen, southwest corner. That's where the development would take place. What's being envisioned for that is a 2-story automobile dealership, new car sales. And again, that would be these 2 lots. I would note that one of them is already designated as a CRA. With that, we recommend your approval of the CRA and the EBA designations. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any other proponents?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Candace Price. I'm the owner of one of the properties there at 6005 Sorensen as well as 6025 Sorensen. And Don covered it so well, I won't take up any more of your time, but I am here if there's questions. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Candace. Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Comments, questions from the board? Eric?
Recommend approval.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris? Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
See you, Don. Agenda item number 14, case C10-23-11, C12-23-12. Applicant Falcone Land Development LLC request revised preliminary plat and final plat approval of Magnolia Trails, a subdivision outside city limits, along with approval of a rezoning from AG to DR, R4 and R5. Location, southeast of 216th and Fort Street. Brent, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brent Beller, 1140 West Center Road. Okay, so final plat on this project, you may recall, this is 216th Street. Interesting enough, as Eric alluded to the western ridge of Omaha, this is, I think, it, in the sense that you go up this ridge and you're down going to valley. So we are at the outer limits, the western boundaries of our city. And so this is another Falcone development. You may recall from when we were here at preliminary plat, Falcone is developing a number of acreages, call it 600-700 lots, just to the north of this on the other side of Fort Street. So we are coming a little bit south. So this is the final plat that's now before you. The other thing I wanted to touch on is the Rees family owns some acreages right in the middle of this development. If you remember, we had a discussion with them, and really the discussion centered around Sunburst Ave, and that's this road right here, which will half be on our property and half on the Rees family's property. They're here. I think we're in agreement with them as to how we're going to address that. We have actually met with the county and the NRD. That was a comment or a condition of approval that we get confirmation that that's where they want that road, only because there's this this floodway over to our west with the dam, site 12, I think is what it's going to be. And so you have to coordinate with all those properties. That's all been done. So nothing's changed. This is 206 residential lots. I think we're okay with the Rees family, but again, I'll let them come up and say otherwise. But otherwise, we're here for any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Brent. Any other proponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, any opponents? Seeing none, close public hearing. Additional comments or questions? Eric?
Yeah, there was just a couple items. Brent mentioned the first one with Sunburst and the location of that, so continuing to coordinate with all those parties is essential, and great to hear that there's good progress there. The other item was on the very southern portion of the site. There was a business that had encroached on the floodway, and those improvements have been pulling back, so we are appreciative of that related to this plat and glad that could be done in a timely manner. So I don't think I have anything else to state. There was a revised preliminary because there was some modification to the site layout, a few additional lots. So staff is recommending approval of the rezoning from AG to DR, R4, and R5. Approval of the revised preliminary plat subject to the 29 conditions. Approval of the final plat subject to compliance with those conditions, and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to council.
Do we have a motion?
Approval of the rezoning from AG to DR, R4 and R5. Approval of the preliminary plat subject to the following 29 conditions in the report. And approval of the final plat subject to compliance with the conditions of preliminary plat approval and submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to forwarding to City Council.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Sotolongo? Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item number 16 and 25 we're going to take together. They were both on consent. They were pulled off. Agenda item number 16, case C10-23-106, C12-23-107. Applicant Jeremy Hall Advanced Acquisitions, LLC. Request preliminary and final plat of bungalows on Honeysuckle, a minor plat inside city limits with rezoning from DR to R6. Location 1999 Veterans Drive. And number 25, case C11-23-124. Applicant Jeremy Hall Advanced Acquisitions, LLC. Request approval of a plan unit development overlay district. Location 1999 Veterans Drive. Larry.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Chair,
made your
members of the
work
board.
overtime.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Larry Jobin, 11440 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of the applicant. This was, as you know, on for layover with respect to both items. So we accepted that layover. So with that in mind, I think we'll hear from the gentleman that pulled it off the consent agenda to determine what he wants to talk about.
Okay. Any other proponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, are there any opponents?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully I can get you here to a reasonable dinner time.
Name and address, please.
Yes, Anthony Ardito, 1802 North 197th Street, Elkhorn, Nebraska. Really, I'm going to be brief. That's what we do in the military. I'm here really to kind of talk about two specific things. One, the overall request is we do want this request to be denied. We want it recommended for denial. However, in the meantime, if we could get more time to kind of get some facts and data together, and I'm going to kind of show you why we're asking for that. So obviously the land in question, just to, if I get the overhead. All right, here's the land in question. So I live on the east side here.
You want to give that a turn so it's the
gotcha.
top. There you go.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right. So this is the parcel plot in question here. I'm on the east side here, and so just to kind of show you the communication and the kind of what we've been working with. Our first notification of this was this letter, dated April 12th, 2023. The one thing I would like to point out was that they scheduled the meeting on Wednesday, April 27th at 6 p.m. April 27th did not exist this year in 2023. It was actually a Thursday, April 27th. So we contacted them, asked them, hey, is it on Wednesday or is it on Thursday? They clarified with a second letter here that the meeting was in fact on Thursday, which was also the scheduled date of our HOA meeting, which therefore all the residents went to the HOA meeting and only about 4 of us attended this. And also I want to point out that Omaha is not in the state of Maine. It is actually located in the state of Nebraska. Sorry, I like to pay attention to detail. The other thing I would like to point out, this letter informed us of 258 single family units for rent, and then the mixture of what they were. And then the letter that we received from the city discussed 256 units. And then I have a picture of it, sorry. Then if you can see this is the presentation that we got. It's kind of hard to see, but they presented 263 units to us. So we're kind of unsure what they're trying to do. Again, kind of going back about a year ago, we were presented with a development plan from the current owner. It has not been sold yet. From the current owner that was supposed to be residential, I think it was 80 villa units, single family units that is what he presented us on, so he can move forward with his plan. And then we now just got this information about 2 weeks ago on what the new investors want to do. So, kind of going through the attention to detail and not getting all the facts immediately, some of the things that I would like to point out is during the presentation to us, they kind of went through, hey, we went and did a traffic density study assessment. We went and did a drainage assessment, And, me being an engineer, I want to see the data, I want to see the facts. So I asked them to provide that information to us, which they did in a matter of days. I was able to get it, go through it. And I've got some concerns, right? I don't think we get the whole picture. Specifically living in that area, if you live anywhere near Honeysuckle Drive between 192nd and 204th, that is the thoroughfare for everybody that lives there and for all of those kids going to Elkhorn High. That's exactly where they go. Traffic is intense, and so bringing 256 units or 263 units and those families into that area is going to pressurize it, I think, a little bit more than what they're expecting. I don't know if they've been told that they have to put a light on 204th and Honeysuckle or 192nd and Honeysuckle, but it is impossible to get out of those neighborhoods in the morning and in the evening. Also, obviously, the developer does their own assessment with their own people. And again, I think the data is a little flawed. I haven't had enough time to go through it or get a professional to look at it, but I think a true assessment should be done by a third-party person or group. I don't know if that would be the city, but I think we need to look at some other things. And now I'm going to draw towards the drainage of the area. So now living there for almost 7 years, we have a problem with that. So it was a farm, and then kind of graded a little differently now. But we've got a problem with the way that our backyards back up to that parcel of land. If we get a good rain, that comes right into our yards, and then it goes from the top of the hill all the way down to the bottom into the poor guy at the end who usually has a pool of water down at the bottom. So that was one of our main concerns. I don't have the picture of it. You may have that in front of you as part of their presentation, but what is now a 2-foot rise behind my home specifically is about to be a 6-foot straight up grade rise directly to what these units are going to be, for no plan for anything. So that concerns me with the drainage. So that's kind of the things that I would like to bring up. Also, after the reviews that I did, when I had a million questions on the data that they presented to us, they took all the reports off the site and said that it wasn't ready for prime time. They had some changes they had to make. And so I wasn't able to actually bring the final reports to you today because they took them back. Some other, just to give you a little personalization here, I was originally stationed here in 2017, so I moved here from San Diego, California, so I know what urban development looks like and what overpopulation looks like. That works in San Diego, California. I don't think that works in this exact area. We picked the house from San Diego because we knew what we were getting into. It was a farm behind us. We knew that there would eventually be residential, but not to the point of 263 rental units on 23.6 acres of land. If you do the math in your head, that's really, really tight and it's really, really small, and you're gonna overpopulate that little block of land. Obviously, we love being here. We want to stay here forever. I'm likely going to retire here and become a serving member of the community instead of a serving member of the military. As I drive around West Omaha specifically, and it's been enlightening sitting in this meeting. Believe me, it's completely different than the stuff that I do for a living. And I heard a gentleman use the term responsible development, and I think that just hits to the point of what we're trying to make here. Is that especially in the Elkhorn area and these areas out west, there is a lot of development, and man, I will tell you, we are excited about it. It is awesome, the stuff that's going in. But all the stuff that we've seen and get approved, it makes sense. It is in big parcels of land that do not butt up to some pretty high-end homes, and this is what they are trying to do here. Again, I haven't had time to look into it. I don't know what effect this is going to have on the schools. We have West Dodge Station, which is already, too many kids there. We have Elkhorn High, which is now too many kids. We have Elkhorn Middle School, which is at capacity. I don't know if we intend on building another elementary, middle school, or high school in that area. We've already built Elkhorn North, Elkhorn South. So I don't know how it's going to affect the area. And then Again, I just asked for overall denial of the plan, because even when we brought it up to the guys in the meeting, like, hey, can we talk about moving some of the lots? Can we lower the number? There's a whole western side of openness that you could give our houses a buffer, and there's no back and forth, no good communication. So if I can't get a denial, I would at least like some more time to get some facts and to maybe sit down with these guys and see if we can work something out. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Any other opponents?
Good afternoon. Jeff Thompson, 1814 North 197th Street. So I live down the street from Tony as well. I'm not going to go over a lot of the same things, but same concerns. In fact, they couldn't answer a lot of the questions we had, and a lot of the answers they were giving us was incomplete or it seemed wrong. And then I was just checking my email this morning, and now it came out again and says they have new designs or drawings they're not willing to share yet. So I just ask if we don't move forward until we get a chance to maybe go over it again. Again, I would ask for denying the project, but at least give us a chance to work with them and see what it is. Again, I've lived there for 10 years now, and it is a main thoroughfare. It's dangerous down on 192nd on Honeysuckle, and you can't even get out and turn left on 192nd and Honeysuckle. Most times the way it is right now. And the same thing going up to 204th. It's very heavy populated already, so another traffic study I think would be needed too by the city. I'm not sure who performed their traffic study. So another thing to add, I mean, just last year or the year before, my property taxes went up $100,000. So I'm paying it's soon to be $14,000 a year to live there, and I'm going to back up to rental properties heavily dense in the area. So I ask you to take that into consideration. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Any other opponents? Seeing none, and close public hearing. Larry, would you like to address these items
Yes.
brought up?
Thank you,
Concerns?
Mr. Chair, members of the board. Larry Jobin, 11440 Western Road, appearing on behalf of the applicant. I did not prepare that notice, but I know that I think my client did. Made a mistake, corrected it as soon as possible. Had the meeting, had no idea there was going to be an HOA meeting that same night. I did not attend the neighborhood meeting, so I wasn't there. I was out of town. But this is for layover. It's preliminary plat. It's PUD. I think the reason why the layover was the recommendation was because there's some post-construction stormwater management materials that needed to be presented to the Public Works Department. That's being done. There's a traffic study. But in the end, this gets down to the master plan, future land use map. I think it's 10.85 units per acre based upon 256. I'll get to the bottom of the discrepancy. I don't know why there's a discrepancy between the 256 units that are in the application and the 263 units that are apparently shown on the site plan that was presented to the neighbors, so I'll get to the bottom of that. This is a layover, plenty of time to deal with this, and we will, if we have to have another meeting, I'll get their contact information and reach out to them and see what we can do about some of the concerns that they have. I know that the buffer yard on the east over is I think if it's not double, it's close to double what's required. So there's a lot of buffer between that adjacent neighborhood and what's being proposed with this particular development. So with that, we're happy with the layover. We're willing to work with everybody moving forward, and we'll hopefully see you next month.
Will you be having another neighborhood meeting then?
You know, I wasn't at the last one, so I will talk to my client about that, but that's entirely possible.
I'd recommend that.
Yeah, well, hopefully they don't have a monthly one.
Larry,
So-
did you say you completed a traffic study, or you?
I think they're working on
Working
that.
on
I don't know. That's maybe up to Ryan. I haven't seen. I know that the recommendation report talked about a contribution to the future traffic signal at 204th and Honeysuckle Road. Obviously, we'll have to do that in a subdivision agreement. At the preliminary plat stage, obviously, you know, it's usually, you know, approval subject to compliance with an approved traffic study. So I don't know if one's been presented. I don't know if one's been required. A lot of times on residential developments, they're not required. And I think the infrastructure is in place that would allow for this type of use and this type of density. So maybe I'll allow Ryan to address that particular matter at this point. But that's all I know for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Ryan, would you come up?
Ryan Haas with the Public Works Department. On this particular project, just to be clear for the neighbors, it's not that traffic isn't concerning. It's not that we don't acknowledge there may be other issues in the area, but the types of impacts that this specific development would have at the site accesses, in coupled with the proposed land use and the volumes that would be generated from the traffic volumes that would be generated by the proposed project, all of the infrastructure improvements that would potentially be required are already in place. So we have the left turn lanes along Honeysuckle, Veterans Drive as a local street. But that being said, there's also a general awareness of the issues at 192nd and Honeysuckle and at 204th and Honeysuckle. And without getting too much into the weeds on traffic engineering principles, we can't put the signals in until we meet certain federal thresholds. So we know at some point it's likely that signals will go in at both of those locations. That would be something that would be done by the city. We also, in identifying where the traffic would be distributed on the roadway network for this proposed project, our observation was the trips to and from this site will help maybe push further closer, either meeting those federal standards for signals at 204th and Honeysuckle, or at least get closer. So that's why there's a condition where the applicant will have to provide for a contribution, a prorated contribution for their share in the cost for that ultimate signalization at 204th.
Jeff and Anthony are correct. They're both 192nd Honeysuckle, 204th and Honeysuckle, both very difficult to get out onto, especially a left-hand turn. But
yeah.
204th and Honeysuckle, even during the middle of the day, it's hard to get across there. So.
And we're aware of that situation. Again, our hands are tied. We've been monitoring both of those intersections, 192nd, for quite some time. And until we get to those thresholds, we can't support the signalization. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that at some point in the not too distant future that they will be signalized, though.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
I'll just make one general comment to both of you. Just the general, this isn't exactly, gospel per se, but the general way development works is, go from single family, you go to a more dense residential before you go to commercial. So on the other side of the street there is commercial. And so this property you're talking about is just exactly what that is. It's a more dense residential before you get into that. It could easily just as well be an apartment project as well as what it is right now in that concept. So just from a point of understanding.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Eric?
Yeah, I'll just touch a little bit on what Larry had brought up as far as the master plan, and this site is designated for low-density residential, and as we've discussed on multiple sites before, what that means is the master plan is supporting rezoning up to a density level of R5. So you do have the request for R6 with a PUD, and we've talked about this. This is a tool that we have utilized to allow multiple units on one site. So because it is one large lot for a rental product, that is considered multiple family residential, which typically requires the R6. However, we have used the R6 PUD tool for the more restrictive of R5 and R6. So the density of R5, which could be as high as 14.5 units per acre. So Larry had mentioned this is less than 11. So yeah, it's fairly dense for a low density product, but we are continuing to see more and more of that density within low density, just because there's a finite amount of land that is in our developable area, and we're seeing more and more maximization basically of that ground. So the density of R5, which is low density residential by the master plan, as well as the height limits of 35 feet, which is
comparable to any single-family residential district, but you do have increased setbacks, increased buffer yards that are for the benefit of those surrounding properties. So, you know, we've had multiple requests on this site, and you know, we think it's a good project. There are some things that need to get worked out, obviously, but it definitely is master plan compliant, and it is considered low-density residential, similar to the single-family neighborhood to the east, even though they do have different densities. That, you know, it's probably 3 or 4 units per acre on the single-family home where the opponents where they live, but they're both considered low-density residential by the master plan. So obviously there are some things that need to get worked out as far as stormwater management, you know, make sure any conflicting information with number of units, make sure that's resolved. But for agenda item 16, staff is recommending layover.
Do we have a motion?
Motion layover.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosacker,
Yes.
Franklin.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Morris. Sotolongo. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 6-0.
For agenda item 25, staff recommends layover.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to lay over.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Franklin.
Yes.
Moore.
Yes.
Morris.
Yes.
Sotolongo.
Yes.
Rosacker,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 6-0.
Agenda item number 24, case C10-23-113, C11-23-114. Applicant Aaron Mosser, request rezoning from GI to NBD with approval of a planned unit redevelopment overlay district. Property is located within an ACI 1 area of civic importance overlay district. Location, northwest of 13 and Pine Streets. Brent, you're up again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brent Beller, 11440 West Center Road. From West Omaha, we'll move back down to one of the oldest parts of our city, which is South 13th, the Little Bohemia area. With me today is Albert Maquetto of Valley Pointer Maquetto, project architect. Aaron and Colin with Sage Capital, who's the developers of this project, were here. They had to leave, so I'll take it from here. So this particular site is actually an assemblage of 3 parcels. So 1, 2, 3, about 0.5 acres is what's being proposed here. We are obviously with the rezoning and the PUR. The PUR is related to the height of the building, so 6 stories, getting up to like 68 feet. Only 60 is allowed down here. And then also Pine Street. So Pine Street is a brick street. It's narrow. It almost functions as an alleyway. There's no parking on either side of that street. We're not touching it, so it's staying there. We're preserving that. And because of the narrowness of Pine Street, our sidewalks will be narrow as well. So that's what that waiver is for. But what's being proposed is 59 apartment units on floors 2 through 4, 2 through 5, 2 through 6. And on the bottom level, there will be 4 units commercial property. So the cool concept of this is kind of a mixed use in the sense that we're going to have office, retail. Obviously, Little Bohemia and South 13th Street is a very vibrant area. It's under redevelopment right now. And so Sage Capital is joining the group of folks redeveloping and repurposing these buildings down here. Here's a quick sort of layout. The other cool thing about this particular property, especially down here, is parking. They will incorporate an underground or a parking system, kind of a podium on the first floor, where they'll have 24 parking stalls. We'll actually have another 10 parking stalls on the back and the rear of our property, and then there'll be 7 on-street parking stalls along 13th Street to accommodate both our residents, the retail, all the various uses that are going down on 13th Street. Of course, Valley Pointer, we all know them. They do a wonderful job in their buildings here in Omaha. And so this is sort of the architectural renderings of this particular property. This is, a general schematic with the retail on the first floor and the elevation as we go up. There are existing tenants in some of the properties right now. There's a sandwich shop and a couple tenants that live on a couple of those units. Those folks will vacate later this year as we start demolition, probably the latter half of the year. We will be before you again. This will be a TIF deal. The TIF app is actually going in June, so there will be a TIF request in connection with this project. All told, though, about 15 studio apartments, 36 1-bed, 8 2-bed, and then 5,400 of commercial retail space on the bottom. So I know we have spoken to, real quick, and I'm not sure if he's still here, one of our neighbors to our south. As you can see, they enter and exit their lot for the storage and their uses. It's kind of an industrial commercial use going on there. We don't have any plans to necessarily close off Pine Street. In the event that we do, a temporary, obviously in nature, we will obviously coordinate with them and make sure they have that access to their ground, and make sure that that we're never obviously closing off their property. Sage Capital has obviously done some really good projects here in Omaha on 49th and Dodge, the landing in Benson. So this project will be just like those. So for any questions, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you, Brent. Any other proponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, any opponents?
Hi, my name's Sean Coulterman, 1446 South 13th Street, Omaha 68108 is our address. I wouldn't characterize myself as completely an opponent of this, because I'm not opposed to the project in principle, but I have concerns about ongoing access to streets and parking with the number of units that are going in the area, and already congested parking in the area. We're adding another 59 residences, and who knows how many potential clients for their commercial business spaces. And to illustrate a measure of that the developer is already aware of, when the ethnic sandwich shop closed down it's been several months ago now at least, that sandwich shop has been closed. The parking that was part of the ethnic sandwich shop, people started using it immediately because the street parking is often inadequate, and the developers came to our office and said, we're going to tow people. If it's your vehicles that are over there, we want you to know. So there's clearly an awareness that there's already a parking shortage at that part of town. The development is, again, something that we're not opposed to. We're a masonry contracting company. We know the general contractor who's working on it. I know the developer. Happy to even participate potentially in the construction of the project, but think that the neighborhood needs to have fair notice of what's going on and have conversations before the zoning is approved. And there hasn't been a neighborhood meeting yet to reveal any of that information to the neighborhood and have conversations about people's potential concerns. So it seems to me like an approval at this stage would be premature. We have had conversation today, and it's been amicable conversation, and I think I chatted with Al and Doug and Colum earlier. I think we're all in favor of trying to figure out solutions, but as a business operator, owner-operator right there who intends to stay there for a period of time, my main concern is what's going to happen to access during the 12-month construction schedule, where we have one of our main gates that's directly opposed to the entrance to that building, or to that job, what will be a job site at that point in time, where our delivery is going to come in for all the materials going in for the job site. There's clearly going to have to be some restriction to street access on either 13th or on Pine. Those are the only two places where we can go. So what is that plan? I had sent emails to, excuse me for a second while I refer to my phones, Robert LaRocco and Ryan Haas. I believe it's been up here earlier. Both of whom said there's no plan for any kind of street closure. That's up to the general contractor. I've spoken with the general contractor. Don't even know where they're going to put a job site trailer yet. So there's a lot of limitations and things that I think need to be worked out at the inclusion of the neighbors before we move forward with that vote. I had asked a question about stormwater. There's a couple storm sewer grates right out in front of our office that when we have bad hail storms, they'll knock trees and limbs out of the trees, and it'll clog up those storm sewer grates, and that will flood. So I think it sounds like they've got a good plan for how they're going to control their stormwater. But I just think that the neighbors ought to be aware of how that plan's going to be implemented so that their concerns would be addressed as well. I think those are the main issues that we've discussed. The ongoing parking once the project is complete is a different issue than the parking during construction. Again, already an issue with parking, bringing 59 potential new residents down there. I know that there's this kind of a project matches the future land use, but for those of us who've been there for a long period of time, we've also been through a process with a business improvement district that wants to get rid of several of our companies that are more construction or industrial related. Been through the conversations with McClay and with Morgan and know that they want to restrict from a 4-lane road there an interstate access for hundreds of semis that go by from the post office. Midwest Tire is there, Pulverente Stone is there, Hempel Sheet Metal is there. There's a mechanic that's across the street. There's several others that get loads from semis over the course of the business day, and so restricting the street would be extremely problematic, again, during construction, and I don't know what the long-term plan is, but just being aware of what the long-term plan is for the area, I think, is important, and the neighbors should have an opportunity to know a little bit more about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Any other opponents? Seeing none, close public hearing. Brent, did you want to come up and address some of his concerns and the meeting? There has
Correct.
not been a meeting so far.
Brent Beller, 11440 Western Road. Sean is right. I learned that there hasn't been a formal neighborhood meeting. I understand from the Sage Capital guys, it was discussed at the Business Improvement District meeting. Maybe I think one of the owners of the property is on the BID, and so they discussed it there. But one of the things I told them is you absolutely have to have done enough of these meetings to know that you have to have a neighborhood meeting. We're not going to be in front of you for our TIF until a neighborhood meeting is scheduled. I want to say they were looking at that the third week of May, but they're kind of coordinating all that. So I don't disagree with Sean that a neighborhood meeting needs to be held. Parking, so obviously with MBD zoning, there are no parking requirements. I kind of defer a little maybe to the city on all the parking issues that are going on down there. It's not any different than what we deal with Benson. Obviously, I think Benson is getting maybe some sort of public parking garage. I'm not sure what the plans are for the Little Bohemia area, but that's kind of the idea, incorporating a parking garage and the 10 additional and plus the new on-street parking. The stormwater concerns, we will obviously retain our water per city standards. If there's issues with the existing sewer system, I might defer to Public Works on how they might be addressing that. I wasn't aware that that's an issue down there. As to whether or not you all feel comfortable having us move forward without the neighborhood meeting, knowing that we're going for TIF next month, I truly leave that up to you. Like I said, I told the guys, look, we've done enough of these to know that you need to have neighborhood meetings before you come in front of it. And they didn't. So there's no excuse for that. That's just what happened. So I think I addressed most of his questions, but let me know if I missed one.
Okay, thank you, Brent. Sean, did you want to come up and make a quick point? Yeah.
So I just wanted to Sean
name
Coulterman, 1446 South 13th Street, Omaha, Nebraska 68108. And I wanted to confirm we were talking out again with Al, with Doug, and with Colin from Sage Capital, that they are looking into potentially acquiring another piece of property that would afford them some additional parking spots, which would be fantastic. So again, I don't want to be characterized completely as an opponent, but I think there just needs to be a little bit more information that gets delved into.
Get with Brent and just
team,
talk and
neighborhood team, look at the plan. This is the first I heard about the potential for a neighborhood meeting. I don't think any neighbors know, so I don't know that a date has actually been sent out as, hey, could you make it? Seems important.
Yeah, you heard him. He's going to have a meeting. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional comments, questions from the board?
I would just give Sean a little reassurance. Even if we approve a rezoning today, it goes to city council, and that, I believe, is 3 readings before they can approve that. And so it does take some time, is that correct?
Yeah, there is.
I just want to comment on since Al's here, just comment on that design. I really like in that given area, it's it's not high rise, obviously, it's a lower look. And the way you articulated the building face back to allow that to, fit in on the street, I think it's very clever, and I like it.
Okay, Eric.
Yeah, so obviously we do have a rezoning. Anytime you have rezonings in areas that are becoming, redeveloped and more popular, and there are areas, and this is definitely, there are dozens of properties that have been rezoned along 13th Street to MBD, and yes, there are no parking requirements. Most projects, of course, provide some level of parking. So the master plan does support that move, but we understand that, sometimes there's always parking challenges as areas redevelop, and, they're not to the point of needing any public parking or public parking garages. So that's always a challenge, whether it's Blackstone, Benson, 13th Street, or other areas. But it's great to see all the redevelopment on this stretch. And, I know we did a driving tour of 3 members today, and we drove down here to this site and down this street, and there's a lot happening. And it's a lot of good changes. But, yeah, we always ask that the developers, continue to coordinate and work with their neighbors and, try to get around those challenges with construction. It's a tight site, so yeah, this will definitely be challenging. I don't think I have much to add. It's pretty self-explanatory, or Brent had already covered it, and I agree with Dave. I think it's a very good-looking building, and hope it's successful. So staff is recommending approval of the rezoning from GI to MBD, and approval of the PUR plan subject to submission of final acceptable plans prior to going to city council. And just to touch a little bit more, Jorge, on your point, yes, it is on the city council agenda for 3 readings. The public hearing and vote is on the 3rd final reading, and so it does take time for documents to get signed by departments. So there is plenty of time to have that neighborhood meeting before city council for this.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the rezoning from GI to NBD. Approval of the PUR planned unit redevelopment overlay district subject to the submission of an acceptable final PUR plan prior to forwarding the request to city council. And I did not, thank you, I did not include that language because he's already agreed and he thinks it's proper to meet with you guys, so.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Sotolongo.
Sorry, Sydney, I
No,
didn't
we're
hear you.
good, all good. Yes. I jumped the gun.
Rosacker.
Yes.
Franklin.
Yes.
Moore. Morris. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Agenda item number 26, case C8-21-115, C8-21-116, C8-21-258, C7-21-117. Applicant, Nebraska Youth Justice Initiative. It was on for approval. It was pulled off. The request, approval of a major amendment to the special use permit to allow large group living in the R1 district. Approval of a major amendment to the special use permit to allow emergency residential care in the R1 district. Approval of a major amendment to the special use permit to allow a recreational club in the R1 district, along with approval of a major amendment to the conditional use permit to allow secondary education facilities in the R1 district. Location 5020 Grand Avenue. There's,
Read that twice.
yeah, I got to. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Hello, Ashley Kuhn on behalf of the applicant, 4616 Dodge Street, and I've got Bryce Davidson with us, and he's also 4616 Dodge Street. So we're here mainly about 2 topics. The number one is to get approval for a larger sign, and the second is in moving to do the vacation of the street, we discovered that there's a 6-inch parcel of land that runs in between the street and ours that we don't own. And so we are unable to do the vacation of the street and or the, can I have the screen? So we're unable to do the vacation of the street or any improvements to the street due to not being adjoined to it. And I'm sure city planning will tell you that we tried desperately to do some kind of improvements to the road, despite the fact that we don't adjoin to it, and we're unable to. Bryce can give you some further details on signage.
Hello. So as far as signage goes, since we're in the R1 district, we're allowed 32 square foot of signage. In our current plans, both of our building signage reaches that 32 square foot, which is what we're allowed to. We're requesting to go up to 55, which will allow us to put this monument sign here. The reason why we are requesting this is more for just wayfinding. It's important for the youth and their families to be able to find this facility. And also there will be a health clinic, Charles Drew Health Center, that will be going there. So it's important for the community to be able to find that as well. And if you notice going to the west, it'd be kind of hard to see the two building signs which are up there. So that's why we're requesting it.
And here for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents?
Charlotte Abram, 46, I'm sorry, what's my address? I'm tired, it's long, I missed my nap. 4916 North 50th Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
I missed your name.
Charlotte Abram.
Charlotte.
Yes. Yeah, okay, thank you. 4916 North 50th Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68104. One of the neighborhood residents. And let me first say that we understand the need for the residential care facility, the emergency. We're not here about that, but about the changes that are proposed. And I'll speak to a couple of them. Linda Donaldson will speak to another. And one of our neighborhood association members, TC, had to leave. His major concern is whether or not the stormwater protection plan has been is in place and is indeed adequate for our neighborhood. Right. That's one concern. Another concern that I have, as I look at the fence, not the fence, I'm sorry, Linda will speak to the fence and the road. But as I look at the sign, if I read it right, and if it's 72 inches high, I'm 52 inches high. And then it'll be quite large. This is a community of residents. My husband and I, we walk down that street quite often. We enjoy having a clear view.
Across from nursing
you know, in terms of what's around us. And so 72 inches high, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to sit. But, you know, that's pretty high. This is our first hearing of these proposed changes. I know that the letter says April 21st it was sent out, but we just got it within the last week.
We got it Saturday.
And we haven't had really a chance to dialogue. And so with this, some of these issues, plus what Linda will raise, I would just ask, or we would ask, that you consider laying it over and giving time for the neighbors to really understand the magnitude of what's going to happen with the sign and with the stormwater drainage, and then with what Linda will speak to, the road and the fence, her major issues.
I'm Linda Donaldson, 4923 North 50th Avenue. You walk out my door, you can walk over into theirs. It's a dead-end street, and no, they didn't own it, and it is a city street. However, they promised, and she told me, not only me, we had a whole great building, you know, a lot of people. We had meetings last year, and told us that they wanted to buy it, and the city wouldn't allow them to buy it, but they still had to pay it because the city told them to. But their trucks, when they first started, was coming in through that street, and going up a little mountain to go to where they need to go to move the gym. Let's start with that at first. And they tore it up even more. It's only 2 houses, but 2 houses can't afford that. And I'm disabled actually, and the man, it's just a mess. And far as the fence is concerned, I truly thought the fence, like you said, guys said, was going around the whole property, but it's not going to be on our side, right? Or is it? I don't know.
They'll come up and address.
Okay, well, I want to
You
know.
just make your questions.
I'm so sorry.
That's
Yeah,
okay. That's
because the guy, Rodney, who owns the Mays part of the building, the Mays Corporation over there, they said that, see, they put some grass, I'll make it, they put some grass, you know, that straw stuff, and put it all, only on like down one side, and left the rest all dirt, all just dirt. And it's been dirt for I don't know how long, and been coming in my house for I don't know how long, okay? And so this road that they said that they don't want to pave or build, they promised us that. And they told us the city didn't want to sell them the land because they wanted to use it in one of our first meetings to come up and make a parking lot to come up on the other land. Now, they told us that, and they said that the city told them, no, we will not sell you the land, but we will have you pave it since you want it. Right? So that's what I'm here for.
Okay.
And I'm here for the rest of the neighborhoods because there's a nursing home across the street. You know, it should have never been built there before. We fought this and we should have never built it before. But what is this storm water protection plan? Because that's something that's legal we're supposed to have. Okay.
Is that it, Linda?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for I'm cold. I'm freezing. I'm so, okay.
Thank you for your consideration, and
you.
again, I think the neighbors really simply want to dialogue about these changes.
And truly, I'll just say this, that we just got together, 4 of us, and, well, 5 of us got together quickly because we got the letter on Saturday, quickly. But there's many more of us that would have and said a lot of it. I just don't approve of the whole project, period. I never have, and I don't. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Any other opponents wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, close the sir, were you, okay. Seeing none, close the public hearing. Ashley, Bryce, do you guys want to come up and address concerns from Charlotte and Linda? Have you guys, Ashley, Bryce, have you had a meeting with the neighbors?
Yeah, several of them. We initially were having monthly ones just as an organization. Since about July of last year, we joined the neighborhood association. So the majority of our updates with the plan have been at the neighborhood meetings. And then our most recent was we did a sneak peek tour of the building. And that was 30 days ago that we did a neighborhood tour of the building. And so we've been. And the whole neighborhood was invited? Yeah. Yep.
Okay. What about, well, you'll get to the, what about some of the things that Linda was talking about? Fence, grass, streets, ownership of streets? You can address all.
Yeah,
those
so
issues.
I wrote down, so the stormwater, obviously we have the plan in place. There is a both underground retention ponds as well as there's another one on the corner that is above ground. In terms of the sign height, the sign sits back on the site, so it's up towards our parking lot. So anybody that's walking by, in order to have an obstructed view, would need to come up to our property. The fence location is around the actual building that we built. So I think maybe the misinterpretation was that we were going to put it around the entire 10 acres rather than the 5 that the building is actually built on. But there is a site that it contains the entire site for our building. And then in terms of the dirt, unfortunately, they started work on a part of the project before winter was up. And so it is getting sodded, but, you know, we had to wait for weather to break in order to do so.
Okay.
Yes, the road. The road is the big one. We still want to vacate that road. The initial plan was to vacate it and turn one of our drives towards that street and then improve it. We were with Public Works and Planning. Unfortunately, in order to improve it to the standards that are required for the city, we can't get the width without having that 6-inch parcel that's in between ours and the street. So there's really no way to do improvements and or to improve it to the city standards.
Because that owner won't negotiate with you.
Right. Yes. It's privately owned. So it's ours and then a private owner and then the street. So it's privately owned. Yes.
Maybe the neighborhood could influence him.
Yeah, we made a joke with planning that we were going to come with a truck in the middle of the night and pave it, but that didn't fly over too well.
Okay, any additional comments, questions for Bryce and Ashley? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric.
Yeah, so obviously there was a curveball here once it was discovered that there was basically a 6-inch, call it spite strip. It doesn't show up in the parcels. It took deep title work, but obviously Public Works and Planning and the applicant, after looking through, it's legit. It's been there, I think it's like 20 or 30 years, and it's unfortunate that it was ever in place, obviously because it prevents progress in something like this. So, just to reiterate what Ashley had said, yes, the applicant tried hard to make improvements, to saying they had conversations previously with neighbors and they really wanted to stick to their word. And obviously there were challenges with being able to have that requirement to bring it up to city standards, which is important and something that we hold true across the city. So if you have any more specific questions as far as the vacation of the street or the improvements of that and other challenges and what prevented that, I'd recommend Brian Haas come up. But that was a previous condition, so this is the right step. Obviously, the project has been approved by City Council. It's moving forward, but this major amendment is to eliminate that condition and then also to allow a small increase in signage, which we do support for a large civic site like this within a residential neighborhood. So going up to that 55 square feet is something that we support that'll go through the Zoning Board of Appeals. So I don't know if you have any questions. If you want Ryan to come up, I can read the recommendation and you can go from there.
Anybody need Ryan? Okay.
No. Staff recommends approval of a major amendment to the special use permit to allow large group living, emergency residential care, and a recreation club in the R1 district, subject to the 8 conditions in the recommendation report. Approval of a major amendment to the conditional use permit to allow secondary education facility in the R1 district, subject to the 8 conditions.
Okay, do we have a motion?
A motion for approval of the major amendment to the special use permit to allow large group living, emergency residential care, and a recreational club in the R1 district, subject to the 8 conditions, and approval of a major amendment to the conditional use permit to allow secondary education facilities in the R1 district, subject to the 8 conditions in the recommendation report.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Franklin?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
And obviously, we do, encourage continued conversation with neighbors as this heads to City Council.
Okay, agenda item number 33, case C7-23-121, applicant Hy-Vee Incorporated. Request approval of a conditional use permit to allow warehousing and distribution limited in the CC district, location 5710 South 144th Street. This was on for consent for approval and it was pulled off. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Blake Weatherly with Olson on behalf of Hy-Vee, 2111 South 67th Street. As you said, it was on consent, pulled off. I will let the opposition speak and then come back up.
Okay, thank you. Any other proponents wishing to speak?
Thank you. I'll take it a little bit further. Good evening. I'm Rob Wadley with Hy-Vee, 5820 Westtown Parkway, west Des Moines, Iowa. We have this old Super Saver under contract. with the intent of turning into one of our e-commerce fulfillment centers. I don't know if you've been on one of our stores lately, existing stores, but you'll notice that we have employees pushing carts with gray totes, filling online orders. We're hoping to eliminate that, at least reduce it. So what'll happen is, well, our intent is to have 2 or 3 grocery trucks show up daily. And we have 2 or 3 machines they have an acronym for it, but it's basically a robot. So employees will load it, and then we'll have another employee that actually puts in the grocery list, and it'll spit it out, and we will inspect it, and then we'll pack it. And then we're anticipating 30 to 40 box trucks or vans that will then ship it over to our stores. And that's where we'll finish off, I think it's close to like 15% of the items, because we can't have all the SKUs in that smaller building. So so I've talked about 2 or 3 semi trucks. I've talked about 30 to 40 box trucks. If this was going to be an existing grocery store, 84,000 square foot in the Omaha market, I would anticipate traffic would have been 4,000 vehicles a day. So less of an impact.
How's the semi-truck traffic for this compared to one of your normal stores?
That's a good question. Usually I do have an engineer here with me too, just in case I give you the wrong answer. Randy, do you have a number of normal?
I mean, a good comparison would be your high.
Yeah, just across the street on 144th and Stony Brook, Omaha 2. How many semi trucks a day do you think that we have?
It's the same, 2 to 3.
Yeah, I believe it's 2 to 3.
And what time of day do those come in?
They vary. Yeah. So that store is open from 6 to 11. I would say it's not before 6 and it's not after 11.
My name's Randy Downs. I'm with Hy-Vee, also 5820 West Town Parkway, West Des Moines. I know some of our stores are based on the stocking crew time frame, and I know a lot of those trucks come in the 3 to 4 o'clock timeline in the afternoon. And so then that nighttime crew comes in and stocks the grocery store. This one will be a little bit different because it's kind of a reverse vending machine. The product comes in, gets put in the machine, put away automatically, and then your orders are placed and it repicks them and puts them in bins. So I'm not sure exactly on the hours on those trucks, but they would be a combination of Hy-Vee trucks coming from our distribution center as well as some of our outside vendors that bring products in, the Frito-Lay, the bread trucks, those type of trucks.
And there's no customer pickups at
There is not, no.
Okay.
Yeah, if our existing stores, you'll see, besides our employees, there'll be DoorDash people in the aisles and all that fun stuff too. So this would eliminate that for us.
No public access to this facility. This would be the employees, are estimating about 50 employees at this facility.
So then they deliver from that distribution center to your local stores?
Yeah. Correct.
And then
yeah.
the DoorDash people or whatever can pick up?
Yep. And again, I mean, there's a long leg to it where there's, I think, 15% that they have to pick still at our existing stores. And that's the store that you order it from, and that's where you pick it up.
And my understanding of that is mainly the perishable items. It'd be your lunch meat, your milk, your cheese products.
Are you doing this in another city yet?
This will actually be our first. So, yeah. So there's.
And then just a question, do you manually pick inside there then, or is it automated pick?
Today.
What, this new store?
Okay, so yeah, so literally so you'll put the order in and then the machine will actually kick out so nobody will be picking it. So the machine will kick out the items, the grocery items, and then they'll inspect it.
But they manually have to go assemble it, or is it done automatically?
No, it's done with the robot.
Okay, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, assembling it, yes. Sorry. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm answering your question correctly, but we will load it into the robot and then we'll put the list of grocery items and the robot will kick it out on a conveyor belt and then we actually physically put it in the basket and then tote, and that tote then goes.
But it's a human that takes it off the shelf into.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
So there'd be a staging area. There's proposed 6 new dock doors on the north side here for those smaller trucks. There'd be a staging area. Those orders are picked by those employees and staged. Right. Our understanding today that then there might be a designated route. A truck might go to the same stores every 2 hours. It depends on the number of orders for each store, how many orders will fit in that truck.
We're just trying to make this a more efficient, I guess, process.
Right.
If you've been in our stores, you probably ran into quite a few of those pickers.
Yeah, they get kind of irritating.
Yeah. We're trying to keep a helpful smile in every aisle. So.
Not so much for me, but my wife.
Okay, all right.
All right.
If you
We'll
have
move
any other
on.
questions for us?
I don't think so. We'll move on. Are there any other proponents wishing to speak?
My name is Rich Secor with Cushman Wakefield Lund Company, Commercial Real Estate. Our company manages and we are the listing agent for the owner of the property, a group out of St. Louis. Property has been vacant for some time, and it's time that there's an occupant for the property that can operate a business out of the property and maintain the property. And everybody knows that Hy-Vee is a great operator and a great corporate citizen. So we obviously, and this is a bit self-serving, but we obviously are very, very in favor of the conditional use permit being granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rich. Any other proponents? Seeing none, are there any opponents?
I'm Roger Sash, live at 5521 South 146th Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68137. My house is right on the corner of 146th Street and U Street, directly across U Street from the proposed Hy-Vee e-commerce center. Some of the problems we've had in the past, which the Lund representative talked about, is that the area has been vacant for quite a while. We get a lot of trash blowing across the parking lot under our yard. You always have to pick that up. Leaves are never collected in the fall, so they also end up in our yard. So we're looking to have a good tenant in that location to help clean it up. And we think Hy-Vee would be a good tenant on that one. The houses along U Street either have bedrooms with windows or just straight bedroom walls facing right across from that warehouse. And they're going to be putting in quite a few loading docks. What we're worried about is the noise, really. Really, that's our prime concern. When this lot was vacant, we'd had truckers that would park semis in that lot overnight, leave the diesel engines running, and even without a window in our bedroom there, we could hear this rumble all night. It was really difficult to get a good night's sleep. So again, noise is our big concern on this. The other concern is they're going to start operation at 4 a.m. in the morning, and there's going to be a lot of noise associated with the semis, the diesel trucks, and the other box trucks trying to jockey into those loading docks. The other thing I hadn't really thought about for a while is as they're backing, you're going to get this beep, 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 beep as they're going in. It's going to sound just like my alarm clock and probably wake me up in the morning at 4 o'clock. And I'm retired. I don't need that. Also, they're going to be having a compactor along that wall, and that's going to be noisy also. So a second noise item. The other thing is if you have trucks running all night, again, that's going to be disturbing to the whole neighborhood. The other thing is, as trucks are backing up, their headlights are pointed right across U Street into the windows of the people on the north side of U Street there, and that's going to really cause a psychological problem of lights flashing all the time. Some of the remedies that some of the people in our neighborhood have discussed would, if we had a noise wall like they put along highways, that would mitigate a lot of the noise, the trash, things like that. And I know a noise wall is probably going to be fairly expensive, but with the prices they charge for groceries, they can probably afford it now. Other thing, if they could have it set up so they can't run the trucks overnight. I don't know what kind of ordinance that would be, but the sound ordinances I've seen for the city always specify that times before 7 a.m. in the morning are still quiet times. but they're going to be starting up their trucks at 4 a.m. So again, it really doesn't go with the sound ordinances that they have in place. Things they could also do, I'm not sure if it's feasible, but rather than having the new loading docks on the north side, place them on the east side so they're faced away from the residential area. Again, haven't talked with the engineers to see if that's even a feasible thing, but that's something that could be possible. They could also plant more evergreen trees. I saw the landscaping proposal, and it looks like a real good proposal, except there's several gaps in the evergreens where lights and leaves and trash could come through. So if they could put more trees in there, that would be good. The only downside is it's going to take probably another 10 years for them to mature, and I may not be around in another 10 years. So, but still, it would help the neighborhood if we had a few more trees there. That's the main concerns that we have. I don't represent the neighborhood. Excuse me, I just represent myself. I believe several of the neighbors have sent letters to the board, and you probably have already taken a look at those. So I suggest you took a quick glance at those if you're not sure on all these things. One of the things that I saw a real positive on this, excuse me, is that there's no proposal for an exit onto or an entrance from the U Street. That's always been a contentious item for our neighborhood. Several times companies have proposed doing that, and the planning board thankfully has shot those proposals down. So we still have been able to maintain the integrity of U Street there. So I thank the board for that. And also the other positive is that we think Hy-Vee would maintain the landscaping very well. They're doing a good job at the neighborhood Hy-Vee that we have, which we shop at. So in summary, I think I'd like to see this maybe held over so we could work a little bit more on the lights and noises problems so that we end up with a nice, quiet neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Any other opponents wishing to speak?
So my name is Jamie Ryan, and I'm at 5529 South 147th Street. And that puts me, basically I'm right on the corner of 147th and U. And so, as Roger talked about, our master bedroom and our home office, which my wife and I both work from home now, face the docks that they have existing now at this grocery store. And we've even had situations where kids have been trying to break in the middle of the night, successfully broke in, and we were the ones that called the police because we could hear just the ruckus of them trying to break in. That's how close the docks are to us anyway. And so it's always been kind of a sacrifice that we would have, you know, trucks coming in for the grocery store. But as the previous gentleman had talked about, this isn't eliminating traffic because it's basically moving all of what would have been, you know, cars and things parking in front on the east side of the building. It's moving them all into major trucks, semi-trucks, box trucks, all in a really small area that's just a stone's throw from anybody that's on that side. I think if I can, let me show you here. This is kind of, so this is the proposed area. That's my house right there, and
Yep.
These houses all just face where they're talking about having all these semi-trucks just loading, unloading, box trucks coming in and out of there. And I can't reiterate enough. I mean, it's noisy as it is with normal grocery store hours and trucks. I don't know what you could even possibly do, but when a truck arrives early, a semi-truck, they tend to sit out there with their engines running. They always leave them running. And it's just noisy as all get out. And we have to sleep with earplugs as it is just for the basic, you know, trucks coming in and out of there, let alone people getting in and out of trucks. Like you said, the beeping, backing up, the talking as they, you know, are lining up their different trucks to go in and out of there. I mean, the traffic is just going to be unbearable. And I'm really kind of pleading with you guys in the planning department. I think this should just be denied. I don't see any way, even with a barrier wall, I like Hy-Vee, honestly, and we shop at their store, which is like a half mile from our house. But even with that in place, there's just going to be massive truck traffic that is going to make really the living standard for every one of those houses that go all the way along that U Street that are fortunate enough to border what is a commercial area too. Just unlivable, I think. Day in, day out, 4 in the morning, 7 days a week, it says on the Hy-Vee thing. And so I can't plead with you enough to maybe consider our end of it just as homeowners. I don't know what the next step would even be for us if this does happen. But I thank you for your time and I appreciate it.
You bet. Any other opponents?
Do you have anything you want to add?
Well, I'm Stacy Ryan. I'm Jamie's wife. 5529 South 147th Street. So 147th and U. Roger and Jamie have done a great job talking about the oppositions. I feel the same way. My biggest concern is the noise and obviously the time of day. 4 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, 7 days a week is a lot to handle, I think. So that's my major concern. I think Roger really spelled it out. The beeping and the truck lights also is a concern. I think the lighting over the parking lot as well as the lighting from the trucks pointing into our bedroom. And then I would say that we bought the house about 4 years ago. Super Saver was working and functional. It was not terrible. The hours seemed fair during the day. I think they've been gone about 3 years approximately, so it has been quiet. And I do understand that I bought across the street from a commercial property. I would just ask that the timing be considered as well as the noise levels.
Okay. Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Any other opponents? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Additional comments, questions from the board? Oh, you're right, I'm sorry. Blake or Rob or Randy or?
There you go. Well, we'll
Thanks,
tag
guys,
team
I
you here.
forgot about that.
I guess if you've been to the site lately, you'll notice that, oops, sorry, Rob Wadley.
And Randy Downs.
5820 West Down Parkway, West Des Moines, Iowa. You will have noticed that the landscaping has deteriorated, dwindled, died, and pushed over. Obviously, with our proposal, it would be getting back to code, especially where I think it was Jamie and Stacy's house. We'd have that landscape back, and I believe there's a little bit of topography at that level anyway. I believe it's probably that road's, I think we were just looking at a topography map. I think it's anywhere between 6 and 10 feet from our parking lot to that street to their house. So there's a little bit of a berm, but that landscaping there today is awful. And there, like they said, there is areas where there's no trees and there's no shrubbery.
And that's part of the staff report too, that we update the proposed landscaping to meet that buffer yard requirement there along the north and the east side there, along that whole service area. As Rob said, the grade change has got to be 7. I'm thinking maybe 8 feet down. That area's just lower than the streets there, and that serves our purpose of putting the dock doors there. That there is enough grade change for the truck height versus the dock height along that wall without having to go to the expense of holding the building up and extending footings down lower to expose that area.
Did you guys put up an exhibit and we're not seeing it? Did you have?
We
an
did
exhibit?
not.
Okay.
Do you have that? I can show you something.
I didn't. Rob was looking down and I thought he was looking at an exhibit and we weren't seeing.
Well, the landscaping plan was part of the staff report.
Yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, and like he was mentioning, so we have the dock doors have to have a pit, and so that's half the reason it's down there, so that the semis can back up and you don't have that elevation change. So there's 2 of those doors currently, and that will stay, and then the other, so the box trucks and everything else will be much higher. So it'll be less of a difference between the street and the dock. I'm sorry, and the box truck, excuse me. Boy, I don't even know what I just said there. But there is 2 dock doors where we have to have a pit just so the semi trucks can unload and you don't have to raise and lower it.
When Roger and Jamie were both talking about trucks, well, now there's trucks that sit there all night that don't have anything to do with you guys, but trucks that come in, if they get there early in their refrigerated truck, they about got to run, don't they?
That's correct. So
Yeah.
the good part about this is our distribution center is just either over in Sheraton or Cumming, Iowa. So that's, what is that, Ellen, to take us 2.5 hours to get here? So,
Yeah,
I mean, they're not coming from, Minneapolis or something like that to get there, so.
In our understanding today that those items there will not be the perishable, that there'll be limited.
That's right.
Limited perishable items, so that's our understanding at this point in time, that
That's right.
the refrigerator
So
frozen items will be limited there just because of the shipping factor.
So less reefer trucks, if any.
What are you guys gonna do with that big parking lot out front?
It's a
Anything?
very good question.
Yeah.
No, we don't,
I mean, there gonna be trucks sitting there?
there
The
should not be.
the employee parking would be up front, and I'm assuming they come in the
Yeah,
front
that's
door.
50 employees, is that what you said?
Up to 50, and I don't know if that's a shift change there. If we're open, the hours proposed, it's longer than the normal shift hour. I don't know if there's 2 shifts there, split shift.
I personally would like to block it off because I think there's, over 380 some parking stalls in there.
So do you anticipate, are the trucks coming in at 4 a.m.? Is that when deliveries will happen?
I'm definitely not the box trucks, because the box trucks go directly to the store. The semi trucks, the 2 to 3 semi trucks. Boy, go ahead.
I don't order online now, but my understanding there's set hours at your store that you can pick up. So the ideal is that the workers would be working inside, have the orders in the bins staged and ready to go to the trucks and be delivered for that first morning pickup. And I don't know what the earliest hour it is. It depends on the store level and their volume. I don't know if it's 7 a.m. is the earliest, or if it's I don't think it's 6 a.m.
Do the box trucks stay there for the night? Like they go take it
Correct.
over to 96 and
Those
Q,
trucks
and then
would
they
those
come
trucks
back
would
and
stay
they
there.
Stay there, okay.
I guess my question is there, because, their house is 200 feet away from that building. And 4 a.m. is pretty early to have trucks coming in and out and lights shining in your house. And I used to work for a trucking company. They're loud, and guys don't know how to drive around that well sometimes. My question is there anything that you can do to adjust the hours so you're not having trucks and box trucks and everything coming in there at 4 o'clock in the morning?
So, I mean, our challenge is we're trying to keep it as flexible as possible because this is our first one and we want to make sure it's successful.
Right.
So I don't know if I could say that we would not have a truck show up before 4 o'clock.
So if I could just jump in real quick, there are sound requirements in the zoning code that are still going to be applicable, even though they may have an operation hour at 4 a.m. We're not waiving those code sections, so decibel readings and things like that, just like any other commercial operation would theoretically be subject to those. So, obviously measurements of decibels, it's, this is always a challenging topic, and but I just want to point that out, that is still applicable, just like it would be with any other site.
So Jamie and Stacy have an issue, they can call the city and.
Yeah, obviously, if there's excessive noise and there's certain decibel readings when, based on the zoning of the property and what it's adjacent to and the time period, that's all in section 55-804, maximum permitted sound section. And that is covered in our recommendation under number 6, compliance with all other applicable regulations. That's why we include that, to make sure that other components that aren't specifically called out are still applicable. So, yes, if there was excessive noise, we could come out and do readings and things like that. And if modifications or, anything that can help reduce the sound, though, would be good. Obviously we do have the additional landscaping, and, if you go above and beyond, or even, consider screen walls, if it becomes an issue, it's a little hard to know, what exactly the sound is, but, I understand I'm kind of jumping in here, but if if this was a grocery store, it would be permitted outright. We wouldn't be here before a conditional use permit. It's because of the storage facility, and it's called warehousing and distribution, that it's here for conditional use permit. But if this was just a regular big box store, grocery store, or retail store, it may have similar trucks that are coming and going.
Well, they said in the beginning, though, that their trucks don't come to their regular stores.
Well, I know, but there's other businesses that do have trucks. So I'm just saying if it was one of those, not necessarily if it was Hy-Vee. So I think it's important to keep in mind it is a commercially zoned property. So, obviously there are certain uses and allowances that is afforded by that zoning.
We'll have to ask on the hours, because I know the perishable items that get topped off at the store, those departments have limited hours as well. And I think my store in Des Moines, it's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I think the lunch meat counter, the meat service, the service meat counter, those hours are going to affect the operations of this as well.
I mean, the cool thing about Hy-Vee is the store directors have a lot of their own autonomy. So he's talking about one store. It could be totally different than the store that you guys are familiar with. So the store director usually has enough autonomy to he does what he wants with the community. We want to have involvement with the community because we're employee owned and we want to be different than everybody else. So
Will there be a store director for this operation?
It will have somebody that manages it. I mean, it won't be called the store director though.
We'll just call him a director.
Yeah. I don't know what we call it.
Somebody
This is our
locally
first
here, though,
one.
that's already operating a store, I assume.
I don't know. We have a lot of store directors that have come into the office and had other roles, but I don't know if it'd be a store director would run this.
How would they, is there gonna be, I mean, as a neighbor, will there be a phone number on this place? Will they just be able to walk in where the employees walk in and go, hey, I need to talk to you about, the sound problems? How does that work?
That's a very good question, since this won't be a public area. I don't, we have security at several of our locations, and I'm assuming that this one will have security as well, so you could go to the
Or
security.
they would call the home office in Des Moines or
Yeah,
something?
you could always
Say,
call the home office, yeah.
We got a problem.
Yep.
All right.
Definitely. You just answered it, thank you. I don't know.
I don't need a job.
There you go.
Yeah, like Rob said, our other regional facility here, there is a full-time security front desk area there, and I think it's right at the door. The door is locked, but I think you knock, you could get their attention. But I'm sure they would post some information on the glass.
Okay.
Okay, any additional comments or questions before we hear from Eric? Eric?
Yeah, so I kind of mentioned everything that I already wanted to say, so I will make the recommendation. But as far as, noise requirements, like I mentioned, it's already covered with with condition number 6 there. So staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit to allow warehousing and distribution limited in the CC district, subject to the 6 conditions in the report.
Before I ask for a motion, Jennifer, since there's just 4 of us, do we have to have 4 votes? in
Yes,
agreement?
for this matter and all remaining matters, as there are only 4 of you remaining, you will need the affirmative vote of all 4 of you to approve anything.
And if we don't get that, we have to have another motion until we do get 4 votes.
Correct.
Okay.
But the exception would be a layover can have 3 votes is.
Yes, a
what we have.
layover could be with 3.
Okay.
But to approve anything
deny.
else, you have to have 4.
4, all right. Do we have a motion?
I motion to approve approval of conditional use permit to allow warehousing and distribution in the CC district, subject to the 6 conditions in the recommendation report.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosacker,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 4-0.
Yeah. Okay, moving on, agenda item number 36 and 37, we'll run them together. Agenda item number 36, case C7-21-121. Applicant West Omaha Sports Complex LLC request approval of a major amendment to the conditional use permit to allow indoor sports and recreation in the CC district. location 602 and 702 North 210th Street. And agenda item number 37, case C7-22-26, applicant West Omaha Sports Complex LLC, request approval of a major amendment to the parking adjustment for a mixed-use development, section 55-736, location northwest, southwest, and southeast of 210th Street and Cumberland Drive. Jim, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and planning board members, for your sticking with us so we could maintain a quorum. Appreciate it. So I'm not going to take a lot of time. We did have a discussion at the pre-meeting of the board, and Douglas is here and Kyle Voll with E&A. We're happy to answer any questions you might have or continue any discussion that you might want to have, but I won't take any more of your time unless you want to have questions and have any discussion on this matter. Thank you.
I just want to get it on the record. I don't know if it needs to be a part of a motion or not, but the stipulation that at 725 North 210th Street that we were talking upstairs, that corner where there are signs, that parking lot is included in the numbers, and we need to have those signs removed so that those parking stalls can be used.
Okay, thank you. I might just have Willie address that, just so he has control over that.
We just want to get it on the record. Otherwise, if people can't park there, then we got to bring you back in here again, and we don't want to do that. So
Yeah.
we want to make sure it's on the records. For that.
Sure. Willie Douglas, 21008 Cumberland Drive. The answer to that is yes, that parking is part of our conditional use permit for West Omaha Sports Complex 2 on it. We will remove the signs that show there no parking. I appreciate you pointing it out. I think they're placed in the wrong place, Greg, Mr. Chair, in regards that they should have been across on the island across because of one of the buildings there that is not to be parked in.
Okay. Yeah, otherwise we'd be back here.
Yeah.
And, saying that, we got a problem.
Yeah.
So, okay,
Yeah.
we got that on the record, so.
All right. Appreciate
Okay.
it. Thank you.
You bet. Any other proponents wishing to speak? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Willie, any opponents? Willie? Seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Additional comments, questions from the board? We had a pretty good discussion upstairs, so.
Yeah, so obviously we are here to meet one of those conditions of the denial of the revocation last month. So to expand the site, major amendment for both the conditional use permit and the parking adjustment. I don't need to go into a lot. Just mention there are some work still with the ACI requirements with the building. So we've asked the applicant to just continue to coordinate with planning department staff, as they submit and lead up to the building permit submittals, which it sounds like is coming very quickly. So that is good. So unless you have any other items, I guess I will point out, so we will continue to have the discussion on the agenda. I would assume that just an in-person coming to the pre-meeting for updates each month, and there wouldn't be a regular discussion here at the public hearing unless the board wanted that as a result of that conversation in the pre-meeting. So just so everybody's clear, just maybe a quick visit on pre-meeting moving forward. So, agenda item, what are we, 36?
36.
Approval of the major amendment to the conditional use permit to allow indoor sports and recreation in the CC district subject to the 10 conditions in the report.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve the major amendment to the conditional use permit to allow indoor sports and recreation in the CC district, subject to the 10 items in the staff report.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore? Yes. Morris? Yes. Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 4-0.
Item 37.
Item 37, this is the parking adjustment. Approval of major amendment to the parking adjustment for mixed-use development, subject to the 2 conditions in the report.
Do we have a motion?
Motion for approval of the parking adjustment for a mixed-use development pursuant to section 55736, subject to the 2 conditions in the recommendation report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Morris?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Moore? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 4-0.
Aren't you guys glad you stayed around?
I got married in that church at 50th and Grand Ave, so it's always nice to see you.
Hey, we appreciate you making time for the pre-app meeting for us too, or the pre-meeting. Yep.
All right,
Thanks.
do we have a motion for the pre-meeting minutes and the public meeting minutes from April? We have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Approved 4-0.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
we have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 4-0.